Hello.
What's up, everybody?
Replay on Dungeons and Dragons. I don't know.
And there's our
Welcome.
awkward entrance.
Yeah.
We're live again for the first time in a while.
Yeah,
It's been a
for
bit.
the first time ever. We've never done this before in our lives.
No, we're learning
That's
as
why
we do
we're
it.
30 minutes late.
There was mic
Classic.
issues. We figured them out.
There's always
And-
issues.
And then there
We should run a
There's never
counter
not
for every time we
issues.
say that.
But don't worry, we've gone beyond the technical issues, and now we're into get into family and party issues.
Moving to the psychological.
we're past the issues of the future. Now we're getting ready to deal with our moral
Daddy issues.
issues. Daddy issues. Oh God.
I got plenty of daddy issues. When we're in and out of the game, I'll leave you, the audience, to decide.
That explains the character so much.
I don't want to talk about it.
Greenor's the only one with separation issues.
Why does my heart cry?
All right. Well, since we wasted enough time dealing with all this stuff, we might as well just jump right into it. So, our last session, the Forgotten Mountain, you all convinced Rinta that you guys need to help a loved one's family, or at least a close friend. Sugarsh, her family was kind of trapped in a mountain range, running from their lives from the Elven Guard of Adroxia, where you guys somehow made it through the mountain range. Some of you guys forgetting some important things. Some of you guys remembered things that made you feel, or forgot things that just made you feel better without knowing it. With I don't know, sheer luck and the help of a all-seeing robot, you guys got to where you guys needed to go and found the party, or found the lost dwarves, where Rinta and you guys set up a plan where you guys are going to go ahead and teleport to Adroxia and face Revalors' family, and Rinta is going to take the dwarves to Duvencrane, to the Temple of the Helm, and see about restoring their memories. And
While we're here waiting, let's talk about my dice issues. So I'm going to be using one dice a session today, and so the one I'm choosing is Obsidian. I've only rolled a natural 20 once out of the 60-something plus practice rolls I've done, and all the others are below double digits. So this is probably not going to go well.
Perfect. That's what we want.
no, we want the dice drama. We want the natural ones.
Yes, we want the failed checks because we want to see.
I
ourselves
gave
get
that to
beat.
you guys last session, and now Dandy has huge emotional damage to the next extreme. So now I kind of want to start going the opposite direction, or we're just gonna go full emo. I'll turn his hair black if I have to.
I intentionally don't do practice rolls. I like to take each day by surprise.
Oh yeah, you and your imaginary critical freaking dice rolls.
Hey, maybe it's
I was
because
just
I stay
looking.
loyal to one set of dice.
They appreciate him.
If you love them, they'll love you. The dwarves took about an hour and got everything that they wanted to. They made sure to put out fires, put away food, make sure that this sanctuary was available for anyone else that needs to come, and anyone that was willing to go through a couple hours long journey of forget who I am. that they have a dungeon sanctuary that is quite impenetrable unless you are around a bunch of friends that know you really well and can remind you of who you've forgotten. And let's just say it's really lucky that your guys' pets didn't forget things.
I can only imagine T2 just turning and eating me.
Hey.
Yeah, or Style. That'd be
Style, stop
terrible.
biting me. Ow, stop. Ow, ah! Just starts eating my arm.
My
And then
shield's
in the next
alive, what?
You forget that you have Style, but he's just munching away on you.
Oh my goodness, I forget that I have a mimic shield, and it just starts eating me. I'm like, what happened to my shield?
At that point, Connor becomes the snack that smiles back.
Yes.
Brought to you by Dandy.
If only I came up with that. It's all DM's jokes. I should have thought of that sooner.
I just love how like the two shorts on our YouTube channel are mostly Dandy and Connor at this point. So for our 3 fans, we know who to ship. All right. So the dwarves teleported off with Rinta in a poof of frost. It was quite amazing to watch as the sigil that she painted into the ground. You guys watched as all of the sigils. I want to say like the sigils turned into frost on the ground, and you watched all the sigils disappear, just like frost thaws. But it just kind of did it in just a very visually satisfying way. And right before you guys teleport, Creorn goes, "Hey, I wonder if they have any quivers. I wonder if they have any arrows." And
I wonder
Connor,
if they left anything behind.
And Connor, all too excited to push away the inevitable, went on board, and you guys are all now in this dungeon and free to explore.
Sweet.
So, 66. What do you guys want to do?
I would like to see the map that we're in. That's what I would like. First.
That would be
You're
nice,
being
wouldn't it?
picky.
Yeah.
You are being way too picky. That's a
I
bad
want to check
start to
every
the
nook and
session, sir.
cranny for everything.
I will check every square of this room. Individual roles.
We had some way to teleport out of here to go to our own destination, or are we gonna have to walk?
Oh, we're teleporting.
Revalor copied a spell from Renta.
Right.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
basically just ready to
So-
fire on the teleport.
Right. Yeah,
spell,
she
so-
prepared it. You just have to press the on button.
Pretty much. Like, she infused, like, she put a good amount of magic into this. And basically, Revalor just has to tip it over just a little bit more before you guys can go.
So before they left and before they packed up, were most of like the weapons clustered around this center room that we're looking at, or was it more like could we see them bringing weapons in? I see like some hallways here on the left and here on the right, and something down here at the very end. Were the weapons pretty much in the central room, or were they bringing them in kind of from everywhere?
They were kind of bringing them in from everywhere.
Okay. First place I'm going to go check is the left hallway then. And I see that there's actually 2. Like, as I move my character, there's also one right here. Does that go anywhere of, like, note, or... I guess I can just wander down that hallway.
Yeah, by all means, kind of wander around. But you guys can absolutely check out the architecture here. This was a map that I did steal. So what you're going to, well, I guess, first of all, what are you looking for? Followed by an investigation roll. And who is looking for things?
Well, definitely me.
I'm looking for anything, any bladed weapon. Knives, daggers, I'm gonna be throwing them all into the bag of holding. You can never have too many. If they get confiscated, you could always pull out more, you know?
I'm gonna be looking. I'd like to see if I can find like an improved longsword of some kind. Because like, yeah, I prefer not to use my longsword. Like I am definitely a predominant archer. But if I have to, I'd like something that packs a little bit better punch. But I will be primarily just looking for weapons. I don't need equipment at this point.
And the three of you guys are just hanging out.
Dandy's sitting in the circle with Chitu, still petting him, and just waiting until the next adventure. He's twisting his ring of seeming, waiting to cast it on whoever is not elven in some way, shape, or form to switch us. So, waiting for the teleportation to go up to change me and Connor into an elven-like feature.
I'm just waiting for everybody to get in the circle so I can activate it.
Okay. Connor, Creorn, go ahead and roll investigation checks for me. Just one.
First one's a 17.
16.
Good rolls. Okay. Um,
I will also be looking for like any non-standard arrows if they crafted anything.
you look around, and this is a huge, like, as you're looking around and you're spending a few minutes doing so, there's a lot of places in this building to check. There's a lot of rooms, a lot of shrines. It looks like there's one area dedicated to just showcasing ornamental weapons and shields and armor. One area looks like it's dedicated to like refinement. One area is obviously like a pantry, a storage, pretty much everything that you would need to survive underground is here. But oddly enough, you don't see any bows. You don't see any arrows. You would assume that ranged weapons aren't the best in a close combat cave system like this.
Makes sense.
However, with your roll,
He's pulling up the sheet of how do we kill my players with items.
You find a not at all cursed +2 sword.
Creorn,
Yes.
roll a 1d6 for me, please.
1d6. 4. Is he smiling?
Bigly.
Oh god, he's smiling.
No, that's his. You just found some gold face.
You find an odd brown sack, like a leather pouch, and you open it up thinking that it looks just like a coin purse. You open it up, and there's not money in it of any type of currency. What you actually see, they're as hard as a rock, but they look like beans.
Okay.
Connor,
Hmm?
can you roll a 1d6 for me, please?
1d6. 3.
I'll be right back. I have to restart my Discord.
Chat, bear with us while our visuals get a little funky.
Cue the awkward change.
Yeah. While you're looking around, Connor, you find where one would do most of the forging in the pits of lava. and you see an intricate pair of goggles, and you kind of look them over and kind of have like a bit of like wing tips at the edge, and in the center looks like a beak of an eagle.
Oh, gonna turn them over and put them up to his eyes. Look through them. Look around.
You see details of the stonework around you that you'd normally have to be really close for.
Oh,
You have eagle vision.
I have eagle vision.
You have the eyes of the eagle, the
Ooh.
magic item that you are familiar with.
Yes, I gave this to your character.
Yep. Um,
Eyes of the eagle.
since you guys rolled above the DC that I was imagining, and you were the only two looking, each of you go ahead and make another 1d6 for me.
5.
3.
He finds another pair of goggles.
And Revalor, will you roll a 1d10 for me, please?
I would be very okay with finding a pair of those goggles, so I'm not mad about that.
I would be fine
8.
with giving these to you. You're the archer.
And the portal goes off, and we leave you all behind.
Can I offer you this mystical pouch of magic beans?
Who says they're magic? They could be baked beans.
Nah, they're hard as a rock. Therefore,
Bake them.
they have stone skin.
Revelor, as you are patiently waiting for your companions, you notice that the paint on the sigil is slowly beginning to thaw. You would estimate that you have about 8 minutes before the spell may not work.
Everyone, the transportation circle is starting to break down. We only have about 5 or so minutes, maybe a little bit more before this breaks down. You guys better hurry up or we're stuck here.
All right.
Okay.
And so, Creorn, you said a number 3?
Yep.
Okay. And what did you roll, Connor?
5.
Okay. Connor, you find a blue sapphire. Not what we talked about before, but an actual blue sapphire
Okay.
that has it feels elemental. It feels raw elemental.
Connor doesn't know what this is, but
No.
Ethan, the DM, knows what this is.
And Creorn,
Mhm.
with your 3, you find an ornate shield. Appears to be dwarven made.
Okay.
And then collectively between the two of you guys, you find a handful of rusty swords, blades, daggers, but nothing that's going to be super usable. If you absolutely need a hidden weapon, it's gonna poke, but it needs to be worked a little bit. Beside the transportation center, now that you guys are feeling rushed, Revelor, Otar, and Dandy, you guys are expectantly waiting for Connor and Creamer to come back with whatever loot that they just found.
During the close to 3 to 5 minutes, however long they take, Dandy's sitting there petting Chitu. He's gonna get a thought. Reach into his bag. Pull out the pink conch shell. Just listen in.
It's quiet right now. Sounds like the ocean. It's calming. The fact that it's a simple, just conch shell, just releasing a little bit of white noise, is actually comforting, a little bit soothing. But the three of you at the teleportation center, I would like you to roll a perception check, please.
Do any of the rusty weapons? So you said they're all pretty beaten and battered. Do any of them look any different than the others? Like, does one of them stand out while they're doing their rolls?
18 for the perception check.
I need a perception from Dandy and Otar as well, please. As far as the rusty weapons, not particularly. I mean, some look better, some look worse. Like
None of them at one point was like more ornately created or anything like that.
not really. Do you think that they've probably been down here for a very long time?
8 perception from Dandy.
21.
Otar, you see it before anyone else. By one of the workbenches in the room, just a few feet away from the teleportation center, you see that one of the dwarves was in the process of working on something that is just feels dumb to work on. Like, you see a bunch of really nice professional grade tools around a small, like one-handed hammer that just for depiction, like it looks like Thor's hammer, but the handle is going into a chunk of stone. And it seems like they were kind of working on trying to make it more of a hammer, but instead of using an iron ore or silver or anything like that, they're just blatantly using stone. There's a steel rod that comes off of it and is like barbarically tied together with like metal wire to hold the handle to the rock.
Is it removable? Am I muted?
I hear you.
Okay. It just didn't look like it was picking up for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, if you like took some tools, some Tinker tools, and like either snipped or tried to untie the wiring holding it together, yeah.
Okay. I'll do that then.
You're gonna try and take the
Try and remove it, yeah.
okay. I what tools are you proficient in?
That is a wonderful question. I don't even know.
It'll be on the bottom left with your languages.
Yeah. Nothing helpful.
Okay.
It's playing cards and vehicles. Land.
Okay. So how do you want to how do you want to try to remove the stone from the handle? Like you're about to walk up to it. Describe to me what you're gonna do.
I really hate the answer that I'm gonna give. I'm just gonna try to just use force, like
He's gonna
Otar
hit
would.
the hammer with the hammer.
That.
So are you like picking up this weird item and then like gonna bash it onto the workbench? Are you gonna use your sword to hit it? What do you?
I'll just try to use like my, I guess my natural strength to do it. Like try to like separate it with my hands. Does that make sense?
So like
Yeah.
just like pick it up and just pull.
I couldn't
Yep.
quite hear you, Grant. Hold on, let me
Oh.
turn you back up.
Sorry. Yeah, I'll keep talking so you can adjust. But yeah, I was just saying like just pick it up and just pull.
Yeah.
Just use your raw strength.
Exactly. I'm not trying to break it, but I'm also not necessarily being careful because Otar doesn't know the meaning of the word.
Damien is having a mind blank. Was I making you guys make wisdom saves or con saves?
For the memory things, it was wisdom.
Wisdom? Otar, when you pick this up, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
Okay. Oh, there it is. Wisdom saving throw, you said?
Is this a forget-me-not stick?
Ugh, I have a -3 in that.
We know.
You want to know what I rolled? I
Hit him
rolled a
with an natural
3.
one.
I
Oh,
rolled
yeah.
a
You got a
3.
three?
So I got
I was actually gonna say a 3.
what I got is 0.
I love it. So you're weirdly entertained with this odd contraption, and you go and you pick it up, and you feel a feeling wash over you, like, what am I doing? And Revalor, while he started walking over to it, you immediately recognize it, and you're like, that's an odd weapon tool. You're thinking like maybe it's a tool because you don't know what it is. Yeah. This isn't like, you're an archaeologist. You know well about stone tools, and you watch him pick it up as he picks it up and just full intent to like swing it down and bash it, and he's just like, he forgets that he's gonna bash it, and you picked it up. It seems like a nicely weighted bludgeoning stick.
You just got a bonk stick?
It's got a rock at the end of it.
I'll put it in my bag because I don't know what else to do with it.
Okay.
Do I find any other just miscellaneous daggers and short swords or anything like that?
Nothing of use.
Nothing of not even like knife blanks.
All the usable weapons that they refined, they took with them.
Darn it. But they left magic items behind. Interesting.
At this point, you have about 4 more minutes before Revelor thinks this spell isn't going to last.
Which to what I told everyone means there's about 1 minute and maybe a few extra. Because I said 5. You said 8 and I said 5 for everybody. Oh, so, did you? Because I told everyone 5 just to give them a little get up, like hurry up and go. So guys, we only got like about 1 or 2 minutes left.
Oh.
We really need to hurry this up.
Fine. All right.
right.
Walk over.
Yep, I'll go rejoin the group.
All right.
Okay, everybody ready? Because we're only gonna have one shot at this.
Stand in the circle.
Yep.
I'm going to stand in the circle. I'll be right back. I have to cover up a cat poop. It smells real bad.
Oh no.
That's fair. Dandy's gonna go ahead and cast the Ring of Seeming on himself and Connor. We're gonna look elven. I'll make Connor look half elven because he doesn't seem fully inert for the full ears.
So do you just make his ears not super scarred?
I don't make your ears fully pointed. It's like the half ears that resemble half elven. But you have full functional clean ears.
I'd
Essentially.
imagine those somewhat fit Connor. Like after the spell, they look better than the marred ears. Connor just sort of looks over to you. Okay. We're doing this. We're doing this. And he's just rolling his shoulders.
Sorry, it's just necessary.
Yeah, no, it's necessary. I get it. He's just sort of staring ahead now.
Last little technical issue. Grant's mic was a little quiet according to our viewer, so
It was a little
we're getting
quiet
that
on
fixed.
Discord as well.
That's just me. I'm just really quiet. Sorry, everyone.
Woo!
Then before we fully activate the teleportation circle, I'm going to knock an arrow but not have it drawn. So it's just resting on the bowstring right now.
Okay.
That's actually a pretty good question. Do you know where we're teleporting? And then afterwards, I say that as we teleport.
Right.
Connor, you're still wearing your chain hood, right?
Yeah. So I guess it doesn't. The ears don't really show.
Okay. So Otar appears as himself. Riorn himself.
He's half elven.
Yep.
Creorn is full elven. Oh, half
No.
elven.
I'm half.
Grant or Revalor is full elven.
Correct.
Got it.
Did we want to touch up Priorn's ears at all? Because aren't they flattened?
They are.
Like he cut them off.
No, they're pointed.
It's Connor
I usually,
that has the marred ears.
I know he
Yeah.
had marred ears.
Marred ears. I thought that. Oh no.
When we
Priorn
say
was just-
marred ears, did I ever contemplate that Connor was actually already half elven or full elven and they were just chopped off? Damn. Sorry.
I thought that was the implication. I think technically my character was the first one to see that.
I thought it was just the whole Peter and a random soldier thing where someone just cut off his ears because of hey, I didn't really click that hey, he is elven or half elven.
No. So
What Connor
Connor, help me out here.
What Connor had said was that he watched his father burn in the capital when he was staying with him, when they were living over there, when humans were, available. He doesn't know what happened to his mother now, and somewhat like bullied by other kids while he was hiding. He got his ears like severely messed up. And then he ran off and left the city and snuck out. And that was before everything like bad happened in the war. Right? No, that would be after, because the timeline of events with the big catastrophes and things
That's
have been
the
a
main key
little.
point. He has said he is human, and Dandy has took that at face value despite of anything else.
I've also needed light in caves.
That's just the natural thing every natural person needs, except for the creepy ones. This is what Dandy has in mind.
All right. Reveler, do you prestidigitate your hair?
I am going to keep myself looking not like or looking like dark hair, and keep kind of my normal clothes on for the moment.
Very well. So, you watch your two companions come back with a handful of rusty weapons that they, throw back into their bags. Creorn has a shield. Are you putting that in your bag?
yes.
You watch Connor's trying on, amusingly, a pair of glasses.
Goggles.
And goggles. And he's holding a blue sapphire, like a fist-sized blue sapphire that's like radiating some sort of something. And Revalor starts to initiate the spell.
Yeah, I'll place my hands kind of on the circle, Full Metal Alchemist style. All right, 3, 2.
Where are we going
Hey, did
again?
I
And then
leave
I'll
the
just- I'll
oven on?
I'll activate it on 2.
What did you say, Creehorn?
Did I leave the oven on?
If you did, it's been on for a few months.
The house is
Yikes.
burned down. That is gone.
You burned down all of Widmer.
Oh.
So
Oh, he crashed again.
He'll be back.
he must have been in Widmer.
To the
I'm
teleport.
I'm back, but I'll be right back again. I'm gonna change one more setting to see if that helps.
Okay, buddy. As he starts to take to do the spell, this isn't the first time that you guys have teleported at this point, and I think my cat took a stinky shit. Yeah, this isn't the first time you guys have teleported, but this is different. Before this, as the spell starts to take place, you become like super cold. You're standing next to vats of lava, and you're chilly. And it's a swirling white magic that at moments have like a tint of pink as Revalor's dark crimson magic mixes with it. And your eyes begin to adjust, and you're in a dark room. There's lantern light, and your eyes start to adjust from the blinding white of that spell. And you're looking around, and below you, there's another teleportation circle, and another, and another, and another. And in this circular room, you see that pretty much this entire floor is different teleportation centers. And off to one side, you see kind of a lanky, half elven man sitting behind a desk.
I just hold on to Cheeto a little bit tighter to get that flame breath warmth. Okay.
And as quickly as the frost came, the frost went away. And you hear, "Oh, welcome, Rint. Yeah." With the sudden burst of cold, I assumed Rinta would be here. Welcome to the Zirquin Transportation Circle. Who are you guys?
I'm gonna go ahead and shit. I just forgot his name. Middle brother.
Galen.
Galen, yeah. I'm a great brother. As evidenced by the fact that I left for 100 years. I'm gonna say yes, we're here to see King Galen. We have news of his brother.
Renta sent us. Brr.
I see, but that doesn't answer the question of who are you? You guys walk up to him.
The people Renta sent.
Slowly approach with Cheeto by side.
You must understand, I can't just take anyone to see the king. And as you guys walk closer, Connor, you see that this very nicely dressed half elven featured man is kind of wearing like a collared shirt and has what now would be kind of resembling as some sort of like collar or like bow tie almost. It's a very ornate necklace that is all the way around his neck is like a blue marble. Um, and it seems kind of close, like it would almost be like a choker or like how tight a bow tie is. But he's dressed in very fine clothes, and he just sounds kind of anxious and hoity-toity.
We did not exactly get our story straight.
Brenta sent us to go talk to Garmoth. We're also here to talk to a king, apparently. We're here to just, survive and make sure things get done appropriately. There are vampires.
Where are your manners, Michael?
Yeah.
The good gentleman here asked who we were, not what we were here for.
And also, Garmoth doesn't reside here. Garmoth is an ancient red dragon. I suggest looking for a giant hole in the ground.
Yes, that's why we're a little
Sir Garmin.
quiet.
Sir Garmin. I meant Sir Garmin, all right? Josh has a memory of a goldfish. Dandy probably has a little bit better memory. He would know to say Sir Garmin instead of Garmoth.
So what happens when the DM's so original with names.
Hey, in my campaign, there's like 8 A names that are all important, so.
Half of it's Rhett's fault.
So yeah, I say Brenta sent us to talk to Sir Garmin. We're also here to talk to a king, apparently.
Very well, but we still need to get you vetted. So you are Michael.
Mike for short, if you know me. That depends. I don't have time.
Mike, and is that your creature?
This is Chitu. He follows my orders. He speaks when I tell her to.
Does she need a leash?
I turn over, take a piece of, reach in my pouch, take another small piece of the common meat, feed it to her, still making eye contact with the dwarf. Chitu. That one. Chitu, speak.
Yes. The hell? She say yes.
Chitu, do you feel like you need a leash?
Do I eat it?
No.
Then no. Very well, Mike. For the rest of you,
While this half elf is busy, like very distracted looking at Chi2, I'm gonna look over at Manny and say, go invisible. Under my breath. Just like look at my shoulder and just be like, go invisible.
Manny is always invisible unless he is like attempting to do something.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's because you gave him an entire loaf for a fight.
Connor's hiding his helm necklace. Because that's kind of a giveaway. The rest of the iconography on his armor and stuff he can't really do anything about, but
Well, I'm just gonna kind of look to Revalor and follow his lead, so clearly we're supposed to have good manners here.
So, if the DM will allow me, I'm going to basically, I'm gonna say like, oh yes, my name is Dryel. You can tell that to the king. He should know me. And I'm just going to basically imply that that should be a name that my brother essentially recognize. It'd be like something that when we were playing games, oh, it's something like oh, that's the hero that we always fought over who got to be that hero, basically. something like that. So I'm putting a name out there that like basically only my family would.
He's using his gamer tag.
I mean, yeah.
Very well. Drael, Mike,
Michael.
welcome. You. My apologies. Michael.
I said those who know me can call me Mike.
My apologies. And
Don't
for
worry, he doesn't let me call him Mike either.
and the other three?
Um,
4? I can count.
Thamior.
My name is Orion.
Powerful name. And for you, big man.
Was it pre-discussed that we were trying to hide our identities?
No,
No.
but this is the thing we followed when Revalors started making up names.
Okay.
Well, I started with Dandy and just gave him a random name because I assumed he would roll with it. I don't think everyone
And I did.
necessarily needs to pick a fake name. I do because for now I don't want anyone to know that I am Revalor, but everyone else, no one can fucking knows who you are. So
He's going to introduce himself as Otar the Great.
Very well. Thank you for your names. There's like a bit of like disbelief. You guys did stand there and take a minute to anxiously wait your turn to say your names.
I'm gonna put my arrow away because I just realized I'm still holding a bow with like a knocked arrow. So I'm just gonna like nonchalantly grab my arrow. Just yep.
Okay. Please, I will let you into the next room and remain seated. A member of the castle will be with you shortly to get you onto the list.
thank you, good sir.
And all of a sudden, there's a little bit of flash of magic, not from him, but just off to the side on one of the walls. You realize now there was no doors, there's no windows, there was no way in or out of this room. But he just opened with just a wipe of his hand. He just opened a doorway for you guys to exit through. And looking out into this opening, you see two just standing at the ready, two elven guards wearing a very ornate plate mail with long platinum blonde hair. They almost look identical. Looking once you get to them, facial features are obviously different, but it's clear that they have a very strict uniform. You guys enter into the next room and you find some seats.
You have anything to read in the meantime?
No.
Of course you don't.
Connor's just his leg starts just bouncing nervously as he sees the guards and sits down and is just told to wait and not liking it here.
You guys are waiting and waiting and waiting in an empty room full of a handful of chairs for what feels like a DMV's line worth of waiting. At a certain point, the guard shift changes, and it's two more elven guard women that look identical. No word to either any of you. You continue to wait.
Is there a bunch of other people in line? Just us.
Have I recognized anyone at this point? Didn't think so.
Does anyone want to do anything in this time of waiting?
I'm gonna pull the shield out of my bag and hold it to Connor and be like, "Hey, I found this. Do you
Hmm?
want it as a spare? Because I don't really have a need for it. Um, it
This
looks
was like
pretty.
the dwarven made shield.
Yeah, it's a dwarven made ornate shield. Was I told what material it appears to be made out of? Okay.
I didn't say, but like it has the appearance of uh just being like a very shiny, maybe iron, um, and all the details are kind of like gold leaf. Um,
Hmm.
Like I said, it's very ornate. You can take some time with it to try to identify it.
I don't know if it's anything special, but I don't use it, so
Yeah, in in the case that my shield grows legs and wanders off. Yeah, and I'll pull out the goggles and say these were pretty nice. I was able to see far away with them, or at least far away details. I think you might get a kick out of these.
yeah.
Give you the goggles of what are they? The eagle? What are they called? Yeah, eyes of the eagle.
Eyes of the Eagle. Okay.
Um, you take the better part of an hour or two as you guys are just hanging out, going over the two items, and yeah, you're able to identify with the short rest. Or wait, we've done identify over a long rest, not short rest, right?
Think
We
that's
did it
right.
as a short rest because we were Revalor used Identify on my bow while we were waiting for Sarah to come back to her shop.
Well, yeah,
Revelor knows
that
identify.
was me casting Identify.
Okay.
So yeah, but in order to actually just learn what something does, you have to spend a long rest with it, I believe,
Okay, yeah.
without the spell.
So yeah, you guys are kind of messing around with it. You can tell that there's some sort of magical ability to each of these items, but aren't quite sure yet. You kind of need to do some more testing that you guys think might be improper etiquette in the waiting room of an elven kingdom.
That's fair.
Yeah, which I probably would have pointed out to at some point too, if people had kind of tried to do that. I'm like, hey, try to fit in.
Act like you've been there or been somewhere.
Did we
know
take a
elf
long
language.
rest before we teleported?
Nope. You're
Oh no,
still
I
out.
just right. I just hardly did anything in the cave. That's why I have everything.
There was very little fighting.
Yeah, I have one spell slot used. Okay, just checking.
In the waiting room, off to your left are very large stone pillars with stained glass, and some of it is clear. You guys can look out and you see very kind of far away a city below. And it looks like right here in the immediate right in front of the castle seems to be a very nice garden. You see a lot of like flowers and bushes and trees and stuff like that. The wall to the side of you, there's two doorways, and the whole wall matches the pillar spacing and everything, but above the doors is very intricate stonework of vines and leaves that kind of go over the doorways. It is very beautiful architecture. Um, and after about 2 hours of waiting, which almost startles you, finally a door opens, and it is another identical elven guard. And she kind of waves to you guys. She will see you now.
He? They were looking for a dude or king.
Bureaucracy is a hell of a thing. It may take us a few tries.
The guy did say you guys needed to be vetted.
You realize that this is just a wait for the vetting process, right?
I do now.
Connor's chewing on his lip, but stands up. Are the rest of you coming? Or
I already stood up the moment she waved at us.
I'll stand and start walking
Yeah.
towards the door.
go over?
At this point, I presume all of you guys do. Yay, technology. I'm sorry you're having so much troubles, buddy.
All right, I don't know. I did all the fixes I could. And, I'll have to look into it more. But it's just this server. I don't know why.
Well, other than your laptop, it seems to just be you right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. And it's only when I'm here. If I'm on my laptop, it's fine.
Yeah.
But I'm on my desktop today.
Strange. So you guys, I assume order doesn't really matter here. You guys one by one kind of go into the doorway here, and you enter a very large room. There before you see in the centers of the room, very large stone pillars that all of the intricate details of the pillars themselves have like a blue marble inlay that outline different carvings of different beasts, like heads. You know, one looks like a panther, or another looks like a deer or an antelope or something like that on each side of the pillar. There's two large elven statues on each side of the room that are in gold. One is an elven person holding a very ornate looking bow. I mean, the whole statue is gold, so this is all ornate. Another is a golden statue of what looks to be an elven male that has like a sword and a shield. Each sides of the room, you can see the bare floor of very clean stonework. But everywhere that you know that is intended to be walked on is a blue patterned carpeting, and has a very clear path, goes around and goes up to a single carpet that has 5 chairs sitting on top of them. And the carpet seems a little off, like a little unplaced. Doesn't quite fit with the feng shui of the room. But before the chairs is a very large desk. It's got some paperwork and some small little knickknacks. And then behind that chair, you see the head of a tiger mounted onto the wall, and in the mouth of the tiger is a crystal ball that's like swirling with a little bit of blue magic on the inside of it, with two large deer uh, heads mounted, and they're curved, looking in towards um, into the desk, and everything has um, everything has an opposite. Everything here is very parallel. Um, you would assume that whoever's room you just stepped into is might be a little OCD.
And there's no one behind the desk?
Not yet. Do you all just go and take some seats?
I'm going to take the far left one.
Are there any books anywhere in sight? Just gonna stare at the ordained walls, contemplate what the hell we're doing.
I take that back. You see some books on her desk, but
What?
they're like towards the opposite. Like they're towards her side.
What the heck are we doing? We're here
Are
to.
we able to, or as, are you saying that to us, Connor, or are you just?
Kind of, yeah, a little bit quieter, though.
I'm gonna go stand behind a chair. Not necessarily take a seat, but just pick one and stand behind it.
I'm gonna see if I can take a glance at the books and see if there's any titles on them.
Each of the books are open on random pages. They seem to be working on something.
More magic based or like documentation?
Documentation. Um, and um, as you each take your seats, I'm assuming Sasha is on your shoulder. Okay. As you each take your seats, there's and you're looking around. There's four guards in the room, two on each side, and you hear another door open from one of the far right corners of. So in this room, there is a door to the left. Like you guys came in from the bottom left. There is a opposite door on the bottom right. On the top, there is a door in the same exact spot on the left and the right. They come in from the top right. And you see very tall, uh, an elven woman, beautiful blonde hair with a soft face, wearing very ornate greens. Um, and she has kind of like this small, like, I don't know what to call it other than like a tiara, but like it's a bit of like a chain that's just resting on her head. Um, and what feels a little unsettling are her eyes. As she walks in, her eyes are blue, but they're cold. Like the eyes of someone who's seen some shit. Like her eyes are just dead to the world, but her face is very soft and very welcoming.
Connor is not looking at the woman who entered. He's keeping his head down and eyes away.
Have I recognized anyone yet? No. And are there any like procedural things that I would kind of know to do here? Like, do we stand and vow, anything like that? No? Okay.
I'd
You all can
be
check.
like kind of
both of them.
looking around at, watching her as she walks in, but also keeping an eye on the guards, seeing how they react as this woman walks in, seeing if there's any changes to their demeanor, any motions that they make, things like that.
They readjust to essentially stand at attention, like a sign of respect, as like your military would do as well.
hmm
She quietly looks over each of you, lingers on Connor for a minute. She pulls her
He's
chairs out and sit down.
he's not looking at her. His eyes are down and he's looking away. And his leg is continuing to thump on the floor.
You hear the shifting of a awkwardly heavy chair being pulled back underneath so that she's sitting properly under at her desk. And welcome to Castle Zirquin. I understand you all want to see the King Galen.
Uh, oh, that is correct. I understand it's very, very busy. But if you could please just tell him Drael is here and has information about his brother, that would be greatly appreciated.
I could certainly do that in our next meeting together. What information do you have about his brother?
Unfortunately, that information is very, very sensitive. Um, I'm not sure who I can trust. I mean, no offense to you, of course, but this is a matter that I do have to take directly to the king and the king and his closest confidants.
I am the lawmaster here in Adroxia. I am the right hand for Galen. I assure you, you can trust me with any information you have about the whereabouts of the rest of his family.
Can I make an insight check?
You may.
That'll be a 12.
I believe this is our first stage whisper. Cool. We're getting whispers like Matt Mercer. I love it.
Oh, hey.
This whisper is not sponsored by anyone. Yes, I am the Sam Riegel of this group, and we're just trying to figure out how things go. I really don't understand how he does this so easily, but I guess he does this so he doesn't hear what the whisper says, which it's very effective because I had no idea what they just said.
Focus on saying something, you won't hear what others say.
Pretty much, that's how it went.
My attention's going to be kind of bouncing back and forth between the woman, the guards, but also since Revalor is speaking for us, kind of watching his mannerisms.
Can I make a purposeful deception check after she just said she's the lawmaster and all the yada yada being the right hand man? No, a purposeful deception check. I'm gonna look her dead in the eye, regain my demeanor from the sad slouch boy to set up in a full on noble like position. Look at him and go, I am the informant of Garmoth. No.
Of Garmoth? The dragon?
The dragon, yes.
Oh, okay.
I'm
Just wanna make sure
basically
you were
showing
saying
her
the
how
right G
easy it
name.
is to deceive people by just words alone. But I'm saying it with a straight face, but this pure deception.
So you're basically
So you're basically just trying to make the point that, like, well, I can say whatever I want about myself too. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Your options are to roll one perception check, or sorry, one performance check and one deception check, or deception with disadvantage.
I'll roll one of both. Is that what you meant? Yeah, I'll roll one of both. For the deception part will be a 12. Performance will be a 21.
That's quite impressive, but I would work on your acting skills. After all, I have a meeting with Garmoth every other week.
But the point has been made, has it not?
No, you're quite a terrible actor. I understand that you think that I may be lying, but that is not the case. And if you choose to just make fun of my title or make fun of me, you may just find yourself back into wherever you just came from.
Please forgive him. He has a tendency of making jokes that other people don't seem to take very well or understand very well. Do you, Michael?
I don't remember me laughing, but sure. I'll go back to the sloth's position and just pet Chi2.
And then I'm going to say, well, given your closeness to the king, then I suppose I do feel comfortable in sharing with you that I may have information on the location of several of, or on location on rather on of Galen's brother.
You see her take a look outside. She thinks to herself momentarily, and she goes, Dranner should be in class with tutors in self-defense. I am quite aware of the family dealings. If you have information on Revalor, I'd love to hear it. But as of right now, you guys are just wasting my time. Except for you, Thamior.
He lowers his head more.
So are we just not going to talk about the fact that Renta sent us here to speak to Sir Garmoth as well for the whole vampire situation of the undead king coming back in Mitalon?
Sir Garmin.
That one too.
That is another part of it for sure. But like, I'm trying to get my business done. You know, you guys are kind of
Freeloaders?
If you won't let us see the king, can you at least point us in the direction of Sir Garmin?
Does Otar understand that they're trying to hide their identity?
That's either on you.
I'm gonna roll a
You can-
d20. I'm gonna roll a
Yeah.
d20.
Make an intelligence check,
Oh, boy.
or actually, you're good with charisma. Wait, which is insight? Is that intelligence?
Wisdom.
Wisdom. Shit.
That is wisdom.
Do what you're gonna do, buddy.
Is he talking about the lady? Because she hasn't told us her name. We don't know who she is.
No, I'm.
No one's asked.
Revalor's name was just
I
brought
don't
up.
care.
Do I know
Oh, yeah.
that you guys are trying to hide your identities right now? So I'll roll. I have a -3 in insight. I really don't want to roll that, but that probably would
Of
make
course
the
we
most
know
sense.
where Revalor is.
Well,
he's right there.
right. I would,
That-
but I would say roll for insight, and then also roll to see if like you're actually paying enough attention to actually bring that point up.
Fair.
This could go either really good or really bad.
It's real bad.
I'm ready
We
for
should've-
campaign 2. Anyone else?
It's,
We really
rolled
should have gotten our story straight.
I rolled a nat 1.
Oh, so you like dummy thick.
And then am I paying attention? What should I roll for that?
D20 add your wisdom modifier or intelligence.
Whatever you want, buddy. Perception?
Can I-
Yeah, I think
Perception. If you're
perception.
paying attention, perception.
Can I prep something?
Depends. What do you want?
Oh no.
Bad news, guys. It's bad news.
I want to prep to interrupt what he's gonna speak.
Well,
You were 2 chairs
Do
away
you
from
know-
him.
do you
How are
know
you gonna do
that?
that?
Exactly.
When-
You'd have to have you'd have to make a. I'd say make a perception. Well, that's up to DM obviously. But I
It
would say at
it's
least
gonna
you have to
be
make-
it's gonna be something where I'm gonna let him speak, but then backtrack it just a half second of as he starts to speak, depending on how he phrases the sentence, I might pipe in and say something.
At the beginning of campaign 2, after
think
you also-
Mitalon has
I don't think
retaken
you
over the
prep it.
world.
Mind you, I don't know this, but I am a werewolf and have advantage on perception for hearing.
Is that not when he's in his werewolf form, though?
That's at all
It
times.
doesn't specify yet at all times.
Cool.
I only rolled 1, but it's a 21.
You are aware
I
of
rolled an-
everything in this room. You are aware that the guard on the bottom right burped a little bit.
Man's going full True Blood.
Uh,
He's just hearing heartbeats.
Otar, after Revalor's name is brought up and his whereabouts, goes, well, that's him right there. Confused, obviously, as to why that's not, already understood.
Dandy is exactly
You can see his
expressing as I am
TJ was kinda
expressed.
ready to
and-
interject.
What I was gonna say is, as soon as he says that's, I want to look at him with persuasion and say, privileged information for the king, and interrupt what he's gonna say.
Does he have to roll for that?
With like a very deadpan stare at
I
Otar of like, come on.
The only person louder than me in the room is Dandy.
And
like,
he's not interested.
That's consistent throughout this whole campaign.
I'm
It's
gonna
also
have
not very frequently that Creorn would interrupt somebody. So like,
I'm gonna have to deny it.
okay.
Reasoning behind it is because, like, unless I'm doing something blatantly physical to interrupt someone, like Damien, like if I'm trying to get him to stop talking,
We can both
Nothing
talk at
I
the same
said-
time, and you can't really differentiate the difference. I was gonna talk while he talks to show you how that works, and it doesn't really work well.
I unmuted so that we wouldn't echo. But yeah, like the only way to get someone to shut up is by putting your like hand over their mouth. And
I mean, I am standing, so I could like knock on the back of the chair to catch his attention. But yeah, if you wanna
I-
decline, then I'm in full support of that.
yeah,
That's why I
I
was
feel like
asking,
that
like,
would
can
happen
I
too
prep too?
quickly.
You're on the other side of the set of chairs for me too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We understand that there's been some sort of like murder plot shenanigans stuff, right? With the royal
Yeah,
family.
Like my dad, or yeah, what was it? Yeah, my
It
dad
has
was
been
just-
implied, yes.
And then
Oh.
like
Which is why I'm kind of trying to conceal my identity for the moment because I don't know who we can trust. But yeah,
No longer
Anyway,
are you trying.
well, okay, so Otar says that Kriorn tries to talk him over, but it's quite obvious what was just said. And then Connor's just gonna pull his hood back and say, "Mom, could you stop being such a bitch?"
Yeah, Dandy's just audible from here to what the hell?
That was a moment I
That's
wish I had a
fantastic.
soundboard.
that's fantastic.
I don't know if Connor has cursed in the campaign before. So that would be
He
the
has
first.
not.
So that'd
Dan,
be
you
the
would
first
know.
curse the paladin has uttered. Plus yeah, and his eyes are not frightened; they're angry, and his hand is clenching and is like moving towards the weapon on his side, but isn't grabbing it.
Dandy is staring you down like you need to share some information after this
He's
conversation.
he's keeping his eyes finally on this woman.
I'm happy to see you, son.
Wish I felt the same.
Revalor's kind of looking over at Connor and suddenly realizing that he is not the one to lead this conversation anymore.
I guess that makes 3 of us with abandonment issues.
Otar's now staring at like the ceiling, leaning back in his seat. In school, I think everybody did this when you try to balance the chair on like the 2 back legs.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Otar's doing.
You cannot. You
It's
try to
bold
push
you to
back,
command.
and the chair doesn't seem to move.
He's gonna keep trying, but not like trying to
I-
break anything, but
I'm gonna look at Connor and say, all personal feelings aside, can we trust her?
No.
Good enough for me.
Isn't this a pleasant family reunion?
While staring at her, he's just gonna pull out the helm necklace and just let it rest against his chest.
So let me get this straight. You band of
Ne'er-do-wells, idiots, pumpkins, bums.
miscreants.
Pick a one.
Adventurers?
sure.
We do that too.
Come across some elf with dark red hair and think that you can dangle him in front of the kingdom and have them presume that he's the king that's been lost for 100 years. Just try to collect some bounty to collect the king's wealth.
I genuinely look over to Connor, to Revlor, to Creorn, and then go to Otar the dumbest and say, did I miss the part where we asked for money?
There's a bounty?
You always were really short-sighted, mother.
Samuel, may I speak with you in private?
No.
Wait, your name is legitimate Thamuel?
I couldn't think of another
Amior.
elven name.
So let me get this straight, and I'm gonna interrupt the whole she wanted to speak to him a separate thing, and I'm speaking my mind now. So when we told each other the truth, we just left important stuff out.
I told you the
Be like,
truth.
wait a minute, you didn't leave anything out?
I told you the truth. I told you that she burned my father alive. I didn't know what was up with her and what she was doing. I told you that I ran away. That's the truth.
Absolutely, Connor. There's nothing you left beside Connor. By the way, Connor, I hope that shield doesn't eat your mother on the way out. I'm gonna stand up and move to the other edge of the room next to one of the guards.
As you guys are discussing,
Don't reveal the shield. Come on.
as you guys are discussing this, before you have a chance to stand up, she interrupts you. Very well. If you won't speak to me in private, then you can deal with your friends. I need all of you to make a dexterity saving throw.
What's my aura? Is that 10 feet right now? Do.
Do I have advantage on that? Because it's... I have advantage while not blinded, deafened, or incapacitated.
Yes, you do.
So I should.
How accurate is this map? Like, is it really 30 feet to Revalor?
No, he's like 15 feet, 10, 15 feet.
So I'm probably just outside of the range.
So then,
I'm probably just outside range, but everyone else is probably in range.
right, so then Otar, Dandy, Chi2, and Kreorn would get +3 to their deck saves.
Oh, sweet. That makes it a dirty 20.
15 for me.
17.
With that.
27. I am effectively pissed, and I will storm off to the corner.
Well, whatever she did, I don't know if she fireballed us or not.
So, okay. So, Kreorn got a dirty 20.
Yep.
You got 20 something.
6.
Who didn't roll over a 16?
Otar.
I didn't. I rolled a 15.
With the +3 from me?
Yeah.
Oh, darn.
Am I rolling up on your character?
The fuck was that?
You guys instinctively hold on to your chairs for dear life as you guys become horizontal. And Otar and Chitu fall down a metal chute. Huh? I did.
I was asking if I roll for Chi2, and that was a no.
Kreorn
rolled-
is going to, like, because I'm still standing behind the chair, I'm going to shift my weight so I'm standing on the back of the chair now.
Okay. Hold on. So the whole ground drops beneath you guys. You each hold onto your chairs. You guys are staring straight into a metal chute. Otar and Chitu just fall down, and you hear him hit like a metal, what you would think of like hitting a metal vent would sound like, a loud thud, and they begin sliding down to a quick sharp turn. You can no longer see them. As Kreorn, as you try to start standing up, all 4 of the guards start rushing over at you guys. 2 with swords, 2 with crossbows, and they're getting ready to start, poking and prodding you guys until you fall.
I will turn angrily, seeing Chi2 leave my vision, and with absolute rage, look at Connor's don't care mother or not, and I suggest she back the fuck up.
Are you using suggestion or something?
I am casting suggestion on her.
Okay. So you're just suggesting that she gets back, or she backs up.
Ineffective of words, I guess, in the heat of the moment, because it's not like a command. It's more of I'm limited to a sentence or two. I would look at her and probably say, call them off now.
And what is that check?
Is that a wisdom or a charisma saving throw?
It's a wisdom.
It is also nice that I think if you failed, that they don't actually know you were trying to cast anything on them. It's not like charm.
16 plus 4.
She'll succeed.
So was it like the whole red carpet that we're on just went like this, or is it okay? Could I possibly, grabbing the back of the chair, swing up to the ledge and try to crawl my way up? Could I do that?
For trying to do that, I'd say make an athletics check. But while you're doing this, the guards are getting ready to take a swing at you to basically force you to drop.
Right.
I would also attempt to do an acrobatics because now I'm in full combat mode as well.
Athletics would. That's an 8.
You attempt to swing to get grip on it with your feet, and you actually lose grip on one of your arms. You're now dangling on this chair with one arm.
I got a 10 for acrobatics.
Same thing.
Have the guards started like poking with the 2 that have spears? Have they started like?
They both tried, but with the quick moving of Connor and Dandy, they both missed.
But that means that their spears were in range of me for a moment.
The 2 with the crossbows are more focused on you.
Okay, because I wanted, like, as they begin to poke their spears at them, I wanted to grab the shaft of the spear and try to pull one of them into the pit.
Okay. Just give me an unarmed strike.
Okay.
And then, assuming that you hit, I'll have you make an athletics check.
Okay. Unarmed strike. I have a +6. Yay. 16 plus 6, 22.
Okay. And make an athletics check.
12 plus 6, 18.
$22. As you grab onto it, they yank you. Make another dexterity save.
And I still have the +3, right?
Whatever your dexterity save is.
Well, I meant Connor's aura.
Oh yeah. You're still
I
within 10
mean,
feet.
I rolled a 16. I have a +3, so that's 19, and then whatever the aura was, so 22.
Yeah,
again.
22.
During this, what are you doing, Revoir?
I'm gonna do my best to basically just look back up at her as best as I can, see if I can try to make some type of eye contact. I know it's like kind of awkward. And I'm just going to say, you will regret this. And then I'm going to wink, and I'm just going to let go.
Okay.
I'm falling down the chute now.
Okay. G2, Revalor, and Notar have fallen down the chute. Sasha with you. I don't remember who tried to do something first. Was it Connor, Dandy, or Creorn?
Dandy suggested first, and then Connor tried to swing, but slipped and is now dangling.
Okay. There's still 4 guards attempting to. Oh, what was your dex save?
My most recent one?
Oh, did you already tell me?
Yeah.
22.
I got 22.
Okay. You're still holding on.
Well, I'm standing across like the backs of the chairs. Because I never took a seat in the chair, so I just kind of I started to fall forward, but then I caught myself, and now I'm just kind of chilling across the backs of these chairs.
I will cast Vicious Mockery on one of the guards poking at me and call him, "You pointy-eared bastard, you couldn't stab a pig even if you f***ing tried."
It's a wisdom save.
Yep.
That is a. I didn't pull up that sheet. It's a 9. Does how much damage?
He will take 2d4 psychic damage and have disadvantage on his next attack roll. for a grand total of 6 damage.
Okay. He kind of shudders a bit, trying to hold his head, but goes back in with the spear and tries to hit you.
If we're treating this, is it like a combat initiative type thing? Because I technically have 2 actions.
Casting a spell is the action.
Is 1 action, but I have 2 attack actions. So
2 melee attack.
You have 1 action, and with that 1 action, you can make 2 attacks.
So, like, you can make 2 attacks with a sword, or you can cast a spell. That's what we were talking about recently.
Yeah,
but then how does that work with the bonus action 2-weapon fighting?
That is using a bonus action to make a melee attack.
For a
With
grand total
weapon.
of 3 attacks if it was with the melee?
Yes.
Okay. Well, Danny has to rethink some things.
Sorry, buddy.
So I'm only able to do 1 thing in this moment.
I mean, we're not really in initiative. I'm just kind of letting the 3 of you guys attempt to do what you want until you guys realize it's inevitable.
Going
Or you
to
just had my dramatic moment and gave up.
Connor is not gonna fall in this pit that his mom put him in. The guard closest to him, because they're not on the map. I'm betting there's a guard somewhere on this left side, right?
Yeah, I was working on adding them and I forgot.
He's gonna cast command and tell him to fall.
Mhm.
So it's a wisdom save on his part.
What's the components of your spell?
Verbal. All
Just
I need
verbal?
to do is, yep, I just need to speak it.
I'll allow it.
So he has to make a wisdom save against the command to fall.
I feel like the command jump in the pit would have been better, but yeah.
It has to be 1 word.
Oh. That's fair.
And there is grovel, which is they fall prone, but fall with the pit right there, I think, is a more direct.
That's fair.
Though it doesn't it doesn't have effect if the command is directly harmful to it. So if it knows at the bottom of this pit is spikes, then it won't jump. But if it's like a soft, cushy little dungeon cell, then I don't know. That's up to DM discretion.
It could not follow those commands.
Bye Otar, bye Chi2. Okay, so I can say that and cast its spell. Can I try again to leap and grab onto the edge, or no?
Sure, make an athletics check. Or if you're trying to do something fancy in acrobatics.
No, I'm just grab onto the edge and try and yeah. He's wearing plate mail. He's not gonna do fancy acrobatics. Come on. Okay, that's better. 18.
Okay. You've pulled yourself up to more of like a seated position. So you're no longer dangling, but you're like sitting on the back of this chair now.
Oh, okay. I was trying to get to the edge of the pit.
Okay,
You-
sure.
Yeah.
At this time, if for those of you watching, your mother, she stands up and she walks off.
Okay. The question that is always
As
my
she
favorite.
heads to the door, I am going to cast Shatter on her.
Get
Pissed.
deafened.
Clarify second level Shatter. She has to make a con save.
+16 +2.
She will save, however, she will take half of 16, which is 8 points.
Could I do one more thing real quick? It's another speaking thing.
You can try.
So, coming in here, I'm imagining his shield would either be on his still slung on his arm or like on his back or somewhere. I just want to tell Style to eat.
Mama messed with us on the wrong day.
The paladin, everyone.
About to become the Oathbreaker.
You think Rangers are the only ones who get power from racism? Come on.
Truly holding on to that pride.
Okay, so are you telling him to like become his full form?
I'm just commanding him to eat, and we're right next to a guard.
Okay. Style like unsticks himself to you and like the like a purple stickiness just kind of like slides up your hand to a safe spot onto the ground as it goes to latch onto the guard's leg. Go ahead and make an attack roll for him. While you're doing that, 2 guards are going to use their crossbows at Creorn.
Where is his bite attack? There we go. 13. Coming for those toes.
I got an 11 and a 19 to hit.
1 hits. The 11 does not.
I need you to make a strength saving throw.
Okay. Strength, I have a +6 in, so that's a 13 + 6, 19.
Okay. You take the full brunt of the arrow. You recognize this bolt. It's a walloping arrow. You take 6 points of bludgeoning damage, but you're not forced off.
Okay.
What was your attack?
13 for Style.
13
Didn't roll.
hits.
Oh. Okay.
While we're on the question,
Um,
DM, what kind of armor are they wearing?
Plate, elven plate mail.
I guess the ankles are quite vulnerable. Right. So that's a total of 16 damage, 11 piercing, and 5 acid. As he just starts nomming. He rolled max on that piercing damage.
Oh, so 11 total.
No, he does 1d8 plus 3 piercing and 1d8 acid.
Yeah.
1d3. He rolled max on his piercing, so 8 plus 3 equals 11.
Oh,
and
I
then
see it.
5 acid damage.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I see a thing above the 2 rolls after that. That confused me.
Oh, it did already roll for damage. I didn't see that.
But we'll do the 16 points of damage. That's fine.
Okay, yeah, whichever you want to do.
Style knows this command well. Fucking lashes on, starts gnawing on it. this guard with style on her leg, she like starts to like back away. As you are still holding on, I will not allow you an attack of opportunity.
Yep. Nope. I don't get attack on that.
But style is getting pulled away.
You know,
You hear the
he's
door slam.
gonna latch onto her, grappling her ankle.
I realize I forgot to make something. And of course, it's not going to be quick. At this point, you don't expect anyone else to be showing up. But in a flash of like a red blur, all of a sudden a fully, I don't have a token for it unfortunately right now, but a fully crimson red cloaked individual wearing a red mask that has no eye holes, no noses for breathing, no mouth, no features. It's just a red mask that matches the same color as the robes and everything else she's wearing. She walks around away from you guys, starting from the top left. She comes in, and in a flashing light, she goes, we're gonna say she gets to here because these squares aren't proportional. And for whoever's looking, no, wait, actually, who's looking? Anyone looking?
I'm looking at all the enemies, including the girl that just left and whoever just came in.
Okay.
He probably sees her enter, but he's focused on getting up. So
So
Connor
that the
sees
chat
enter
can
and
hear
boom.
me. I'm looking at everyone and everything as a potential enemy.
You watch as her humanoid hands flick her cloak back, and you see 3 more arms come from behind her. And 2 hands on each side are wielding large hammers. Not like yeah. She got 8 arms.
Gonna start
Sorry,
crunching
6
fingers.
arms. 6 arms.
All right. I guess in order of operations, it would be Kryorn to do something.
Where do you go?
His screen is just black. Connor's gonna try and pull himself up. Oh, there he is.
Whoa. You good?
I think he muted himself.
Yeah, I'm good.
Oh, there he is. I guess someone came in the room or something.
Okay. What do you want to do, Connor? Or Dandy or whoever was next? I know we're not doing initiative, so.
Connor's done a bit, but he's gonna try and pull himself up while Dandy does whatever.
Dandy's gonna cast Dandy's woke spell on her, and simply look at her and say, "Are you simply trying to be impressive, or trying not to be disappointing?"
What's the save for that?
Wisdom of 14.
She rolled a 12. But she's using a legendary resistance.
So, from my point of view, it feels like it should have worked, but it didn't work.
My nod needed an audience, so I hit the shift button so that you guys could hear me nod.
Got it. I'm gonna go ahead and use a bonus action to Bardic Inspiration, Creorn, who I know has Boots of Leaping, so I'm giving him advantage to see if he can hop out of the situation.
Oh yeah, man, that's like the perfect use for those right now. It's just
It's a ring, but yeah.
oh, hoppity hop.
Jump, Jaja.
So after your spell, what were you trying to do?
Bonus action, Bardic Inspiration.
Gotcha. Okay. The red tarantula is going to use a legendary action and quickly move to right in front of Creorn, where one of the main hinges for the build or for this platform is. She swings. It's a 25. And with one strike, you hear a loud resounding boom on metal, and a small little pin comes flying out. Tink. With the rest of her movement, she goes over to the second one. That's a 24. And does the same thing. The whole platform that Creorn and Dandy are standing on drops 15 feet into the hole. It's not flat. There's nothing for you to land onto, Connor. But you and Style are the only people left above the ground with 4 enemies.
As Dandy falls, he simply shouts out, "You better hope this kills me!" and is just sliding down.
Wait, so like the whole floor bit with the chairs disconnects?
Yep.
And Connor's just like on the side, like, oh.
Yep.
Okay. Neat.
So, since it looks like we're getting ready to have most people falling down the pit, just so I can have it out there, like, while like I purposefully jumped down and I'm prepping an action. I'm gonna prep casting fly. If I see like basically if I get to a point where I see like I'm gonna hit something dangerous or like if I just suddenly see like really long fall that's gonna kill me, I'm gonna try to cast fly.
At this point, you've gotten to your destination.
Okay.
And you were pleasantly surprised.
I was waiting on that because I didn't want to like reveal that like while they're still trying to fight everything. So.
Sure. So Connor,
Can I pull myself up?
roll an athletics check.
22.
You've gotten yourself standing.
And so there's some red cloaked 6-handed person here on the other side of the pit from me.
No, down here now.
Oh, okay, cool. I'm so glad I prepped this spell. Okay, well, gonna have to save those spell slots. What to do?
You're alone with something that has legendary actions and resistances and 4 guards.
Like that's gonna deter the Paladin of Helm. Come on.
One less legendary action to be specific.
One less legendary action that regains every round. Legendary resistances are limited.
So would I have like half
She lost
my
that
movement?
too. She lost the legendary resistance to my spell.
Just one.
Just one, but she lost it.
So would I have like half my movement because I came up from being prone, technically?
Yeah, why not?
Okay. So then I want to move to the backside, away from the pit, and basically corner this guard between Style and me, and pulling out that's not my inventory, that's my spell list. Pulling out the Becta Corbin, the pole arm, gonna go swing at her.
Okay.
And this is going to be the six-armed lady is interesting, but he's pulling out the normal one, the one that he first got. And swinging 23.
That hits.
Okay, and he's two-handing it, so it's D10. I don't need you to. Wow. Okay, if you could have rolled on D20, that would have been. Don't know why it didn't roll on. Can you? I'll just roll damage here. It rolled max damage on. And I'll screenshot that and post it. Okay, that one's basically. You can take the 11 on roll 20 or the screenshotted what I just sent. Either one.
Yeah, I can take that, the one you screenshotted.
Okay. If I'm getting like a full turn, then I guess I'll swing twice. We're not in initiative. I don't.
Go right ahead. But with one swing, that one is knocked out.
Ooh.
Especially after all the damage that
Style did.
Style did.
Style. Is it if he does last point of damage, or if when lands the final blow?
Style is latched on when the final blow is done. Style is going to take some time and start eating.
But that's when the mimic lands a final blow on a corpse, on a creature.
The wording should also say if he's latched onto a creature, because that's what happened
When
with
it is killed, it will consider the creature his to devour. Yeah. So he's and Connor does not really feel remorse. No. She's down, Style is going up from her legs, and he's turning towards who's gonna be coming after him next. That's the end of his turn. He can't move anymore.
You hear a feminine voice peek up, but none of the guards' mouths move. Stay back. I'll take care of him. The crimson red being rushes up to you in a blur.
Okay.
I was double checking something. And she's making 3 attacks with the hammer that she has, or the hammers.
Okay. I don't have Style on me, so I just have 18 AC. I do have the other shield, but I did not put it on.
That is a 19 to hit.
It's gonna hit. And I don't have anything to.
A 17 to hit.
Miss.
And a natural 20.
That's gonna hit. So it's 2 hits, 1 hit, 1 crit. Oh, I would have had a bonus action. I should have Shield of Faith or something. Oh well.
That is the wrong dice.
Rolls a D20 for damage.
No, sorry. She has 3 different things that she can do, and one of them is just a 1d4. but it's
Mm.
supposed to be a 1d8.
Give me that damage.
That is 21 points of slashing damage.
Ooh, all right. And is she like right here? In this square?
Yeah, I'm just gonna take the guard token right there, and I'm gonna make that her. But just know that Style is eating something.
Just to let you know, Styles is still eating.
Nom, 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 nom. All right. So would it be my turn again?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
This is a 1v1, my dude.
Moving down here, bonus action casting Thunderous Smite, and then making an attack.
Okay.
I'm gonna push her into the hole. It's gonna be a 22.
That hits.
Okay, and that was a first level Thunderous Smite. I deal extra damage, and it has to make a strength saving throw. My DC is not that high, but so damage is going to be this.
Unnatural 20.
Oof. Oh, come on. With 2d6, I get a 5. All right. So two-handed, total of 10 damage, and resists getting pushed back. And then I'm throwing... another attack with the other one. There it is. 24. I'm rolling high on these. And that is to use Hex on this. That's a bonus action, so I can't do that. Just gonna max damage on two-handed. 12 points of I am using the bludgeoning hammer side of the halberd, or the Becta Corbin. So it's
Okay.
12 points of bludgeoning damage as I'm trying to push them towards the hole. And that's my thing. That's my turn.
Before she winds up for another attack, she says, "Can't you be a good, spoiled brat? Just deal with your mother."
Spoiled? Come on.
Kill her. She needs to die.
She, one of the lower arms, swing up, and you see, much like Spider-Man, a whole bunch of webs starting to come at you. I need a dex save from you, please.
She's a 14. She's a freaking spider lady? No wonder she has so many arms.
Pretty sure the 6 arms kind of cleared that.
Well, I thought it was the
I guess it's
freaking
two
the
legs, so
devil
yeah,
demon chick who has like 6 arms, but it's a Drider or
It's
something.
Guru's wife.
You said how much?
Dex save was 14.
Unfortunately, that fails. You are grappled. And with 3 of her other arms, she grabs you and she walks you to the edge of the pit. Talk with the others, or talk with your mother, or join the others.
Gonna glance down the pit. I look up. Fine, what does she want?
That is between you and her. Is that your answer?
Clenches his jaw tight before saying, yes, I'll talk to her.
Okay. I cannot decide. So I'll let you pick. Would you like everyone else to take a break? Which is basically, I just tell Josh and Grant to go like step in the kitchen for a minute. Or yeah, no, you could hear in the off. No, the speaker's off. You can't hear. I'll let you pick.
If we're taking a break right now to have a private little thing, or talking to me? Who are you talking to?
Yeah, I'm talking to you.
Oh,
This is Damien's
I'm-
version of Matt Mercer's "Can I have everyone leave the table?"
yeah,
Except for
okay.
you.
I mean, the big secret was already kind of revealed, but whatever. I
Okay.
couldn't really tell if you were talking to me.
Sorry.
That's
My
better.
my monitor's over here.
Right, yeah. I had you guys over here, but I moved you over here.
Actually, this works out perfectly. Can you help my wife get the groceries?
I'm gonna be a good boy.
But
I'm a little occupied.
I mean, there's a choice there of like whether he's just gonna hop down the hole with everyone else and be like, isn't another middle finger to his mom, but like if they are alive down there, maybe you can do something to get them out. I don't know. Trying to play a little smart. I already killed one guard, so
Style
he
is
was
still eating.
right, because he was not like knocking her out. That was not non-lethal. That was straight up. He's caving in her skull with the bludgeon end and moving on.
He still had his headset in. He was just like, I still hear everything. Very well. She pulls you back from the edge of the thing, the hole. She takes a second and spins more webs, completely restraining you. Everyone else leave. She wants privacy with this one. The other 3 guards the one guard up at the front walks over to the other guard that's down and style and like she's like she like goes to grab style and tries to like rip him off. That was a 2. Go ahead and roll damage.
There it is.
Yeah, this lady's dead.
Oh yeah, this lady's gone. Damage for his bite or
Yeah.
12 points of damage. Nom 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 nom.
How much of her leg does she amputate, basically?
She tries to pull Style off, and Style bites her hand off.
Yes.
Like,
Just-
there's a stump. She screams. She's holding her arm, and she is running away.
She's gonna say, "Good boy, Style. Eat the trash."
After the guards have left, your mother enters the room again.
There's a lot of blood on this side of the room.
Yes, there is. Where'd that token go? She enters the room. She doesn't take her eyes off of you. Son.
She probably hasn't seen my ears, or at least, like I marred them after I left.
And you're under an illusion right now.
And oh yeah, the illusion too. I forgot about that. So I look pretty much exactly how she remembers me.
A little bit older, but yeah.
A little bit older, yeah.
Oh, son. I was happy to see you. Who did you bring here?
To be honest, I was brought here. I did not want to come here. I didn't want to see you again.
And you knew I was here.
Where else would you be? Like you would be on any front lines of a war.
I suppose. Who are these people? The dumb one seems to think you have the proper king of Vidroxia.
They're friends of mine, trying to do good, trying to stop what is going on and help people.
Help them how? What is their plan, since you just seem to be following them?
Well, don't really see why I should tell you. I've given you a little bit enough already. You tell me, what's at the bottom of that pit?
The dungeon, where they will wait until we can verify who they are.
So we verify who they are. They're let free? Or if there's any human among them, you're going to burn them too?
This isn't Grana. The atrocities of what Iorn has done to that city is what we're trying to defend from here.
You know, if like spies or intelligence gathering could have like done their job, you would have known that Iorn didn't do that. Neither did any atrocity happen against any of the kingdoms was perpetrated by any of the other kingdoms. I found this out in the past couple months, just wandering around the countryside.
Listening to drunks at taverns, no less. Have you forget that you left me? I was in Grana. I was there for all of it. Do you really believe in drunks and bards more than your own mother?
No, but I'll believe a vampire chasing me. I'll believe that. I'll believe old councilwomen's, and I'll believe robots from another weird dimension thing. I still don't quite understand that when they all say the exact same thing.
What old council?
The council before the hell started.
Mitalon.
His council.
And where can that council be found?
Honestly, that's a great question. If you could provide me with the answer, that'd be great. That's one of the things we're trying to find.
I assumed that all except for one had died.
Then I guess I've met the one that hasn't.
So what's your plan? You inform the king of vampires and the old council, and what?
Place
They
the
take
rightful
over the
ruler.
kingdom?
Place the rightful rule on the throne. Try to get help and supplies for whatever's coming. I don't. Honestly, not really sure. Revalor wanted to come here.
So the elf is Revalor.
Yeah, and now you're gonna prove to me whether you helped murder his father or not.
She looks at you blankly,
It
very
was his father
stern face.
It was his father that was last in charge, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
With a very like frozen, blatant face. You look into my eyes and tell me if I killed another elf. You're welcome to make an insight check.
How free are my hands? Can I?
Not at all.
So I can't cast Zone of Truth because that needs verbal and somatic. Darn.
Is your zone of truth a spell or an item?
It's a spell. So I probably can't cast it since my hands are tied up.
No, you can't cast it.
Okay. Then I'll do the insight check. Not the greatest at it, but there's an 11.
It's really hard to tell. She has a stone cold poker face.
I don't know. I mean, you killed Dad. He wasn't an elf, but I mean, he gave you me.
Doesn't intelligent theory make you think that if I were to kill the king of Adroxia, that I would take the throne?
Well, that's way too obvious, though. That's really obvious. Being a right-hand man, an advisor, someone who's able to enact policies and actually do something rather than just sit on a throne and have to hear squabbles. That's way more powerful. If you can pull strings, it's better than being the puppet.
Her blank face breaks Barely. You see a small smile curl, but go away just as quickly. I can tell that you will never call this place home. So I will give you the option. You may leave this castle, or we will take you to your companions. You will wait, just as they do.
Has it been a minute?
Sure.
Style, without taking any nibbles. Come.
Go ahead and roll an animal handling check.
11.
You hear a bit of a whimper. Kind of takes another bite. Just
Well,
like
it's been
watching you now.
It's been a minute. He should have finished his meal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's over
so-
1 minute. He consumes an entire corpse. So if it's been a minute, he's done.
Okay, gotcha. Sure. At this point, is just working on the last appendage, and just kind of
Licking
like
up the blood on the floor.
yeah, and just kind of little fat puggy just waddling over to you. Your mother. That is truly disgusting.
One less of your kind. But you can put me in the hole.
I mean, we were just going to take you there, but if you prefer to drop,
Just gonna shrug.
I'll see you soon, son. She looks to the faceless spider-like creature that's been holding you. Take him to join the others. Everyone else. Each of you falling to the pit, getting bounced around in this metal shaft as it finally comes down. You finally stop with a splash. Otar, you were the first to get your surroundings.
Ooh.
Connor shouldn't be there.
Nope. I have deleted myself.
As you get to the bottom with a splash, you quickly realize that you're standing in about 8 inches of a pool of water. The smell is awful. It smells like piss and shit. You look behind you, and the wall that you're technically standing on right now is a full coat of steel. And one by one, as you all fall and kind of stop and try to look and get your bearings and figure out what the hell is going on, what's happening, I need everyone to make another dexterity saving throw. This time with disadvantage.
And you don't have my aura.
Is it normal for me or
Yes, for you it would be normal.
Okay. Well, it doesn't matter because I rolled a nat 1.
I
Okay,
realized
these
I
are
forgot to hit my PTT, but I just got a natural 20, but it's with disadvantage, so I don't get a natural 20.
If the chat didn't hear me, because I keep forgetting to do that, it was a dirty 20 for me as well.
Yeah,
17
I
for me.
also got a crit, but then I got a 16.
Okay.
So,
Your disadvantage one was 18.
oh,
My
wait.
disadvantage was a 14 plus 6. My
Oh,
higher
okay.
number was a 16 plus 6, but I can't take that one.
Okay, and roll for Chitu.
Now I get a roll for Chitu, huh? Mother.
Yep.
9 plus whatever he has.
You tell me. He's in your character sheet.
$15.
As
Yeah.
as Dandy, as you fall, actually the last one to fall, you see is everyone is just standing up and they're like getting out of the way of the chute. You watch as the chute closes, making a solid steel wall behind you. And because you've been doing so much reading and working on the ideas of sciences and traps, you quickly realize there's another hinged object about to come at you, and you do not get up. You stay face flat in the water as a large framed chain net sweeps down and smacks all of you guys stuck and fully restrained to the metal wall. As you guys are standing there, you hear a bit of as a little bit of some sort of electricity current is going through this wall. You quickly recognize it as an electromagnet. And just as it's happening, you're hearing the shuffling of guards' boots coming at your cell.
The magnetic.
It's coming from behind the wall.
If I talk into the mic with push to talk, everyone could hear me instead of you. Knowing that all this is happening, magnetic pulse is keeping this chain net pinning my friends against the wall. Words are hard. I'm gonna go up to the edging of the net connected to the wall, and I am going to start casting second level. Sorry guys, bear with me. Heat metal, heating up magnetic fields, or what I read in the books, kills the magnetic value of metal. So I will start heating up the ball bearings or whatever the connecting points of this magnetic force is.
Okay. As you start casting the incantation and put your hand to the wall to start the process, you look behind you and you see a handful of guards, about maybe 6, and you now hear the electricity behind you. Stop. Drop your weapons, drop your items. If you don't fight, nobody will get hurt.
I turn to Chitu, burn the netting, and I will turn and draw my sword and
The
shield.
netting is steel.
Will make it, but the fire breath will make the heat of the magnetic burn killing the magnetic force, hopefully dropping this net and dropping my friends. Hopefully.
Did we all fail the deck save?
Everyone except for Dandy.
That dirty 20 saved my keister.
Okay.
I switched dice, so hopefully that helps.
You watch as Chitu opens its jaw and the flame begins to flicker out a little bit. And right as that's happening, you hear the Elven do it, and you hear the electric amplify, and you hear the water splash. You take 5 points of lightning damage. Everyone in the netting takes 10 points of lightning damage. Freeorn, can you tell me how many hit points does Manny have?
5. Wait, yeah. He's got 5.
Okay. As the electricity hits, you look at your friends to see what's happening to them, and you watch as Creorn's body gets forced off to the side as Manny becomes visible, full size, and then begins to disintegrate and disappear. Stop resisting.
Eyes starting to turn bloodshot. Gritting my teeth. Looking back at him. I will cast 4th level shatter at all of them. Because they're all in one doorway looking in at us.
Okay.
They all have to make a constitution saving throw.
Can I see which one pulled the trigger for the electric pulse?
They're gloves. You look, and there's 2 guards wearing gloves that have 3 diodes on them, and there's arcs of sparks arcing between the 3 diodes.
Okay. I'm gonna bonus action Hunters mark one of them.
19 and a natural 1. A 12 and a 17. A 14 and a 15.
Two failed. The rest succeed. Those that failed take 32 points of thunder damage.
One of the ones wearing the gloves falls knocked out. One of the ones standing behind everyone is knocked out. The 2 of them fall to the ground. The one standing in front of the door that had the glove in the water is the one that gets knocked out.
I will bonus action Bardic Inspiration myself with
Are
that.
the ones that succeed, is that half damage?
Yes, half damage. So half of 32 is whatever you make it.
Is Okay, I guess it's still probably your turn, but I want to try something at some point.
They all fall unconscious.
Dandy rushes them as they're unconscious, sword drawn. Goes in a more angered walk type motion as Chitu is still trying to burn the metal locks off to drop the magnetic field. And I will go specifically to the one who set off the charge, erasing Manny.
When I see you walk over to him, I'm gonna call out, "No, that one's mine."
Unfortunately, your movement is halved because the one that had his hand in the water, the electricity is still arcing despite them being unconscious. This is a manufactured item. So it's going to take you 2 full turns to get to the end of that, to where they're at.
Am I able to see the magic item that's causing this electrical blast outlet in the water that's slowing me down?
Yes, but Chitu has been unable to cast his fire breath, and in sake of turn order, you take 6 points of lightning damage. Everyone else takes 12 points.
Is Dandy within 5 feet of me still? Like, is that representative of where he is?
Yeah, unless you haven't been able to move your character.
Well, I mean, like, I thought I can't move because I'm restrained, right?
You are restrained. That is correct.
Yeah. So Dandy's within 5 feet of me. I am going to. So yeah, Sasha's gone, and is anybody within 10 feet of me aside from Dandy?
They're all trapped onto the wall next to you.
But I mean, are they all within 10 feet or? Basically, what I'm thinking of doing, I don't have Misty Step anymore. I traded it for Thunder Step, and I'm gonna try to grab me and Dandy and just Thunder Step us out of the water, basically. But Thunder Step also leaves damage behind to anyone within 10 feet.
I deleted the wrong token.
It looks like I'm outside of the range, but
Yeah, you'd probably be outside. I don't want to like kill Chitu or oh, the map just updated.
Have you?
I think Otar was there.
I don't remember how many hit points Chitu has. What was the first amount of hit points?
10. We've taken 22 damage.
What is required of that spell?
So yeah, that's why
Yes.
I'm saying like I can't.
Yeah, you can do that.
I mean,
I will point the sword to Chitu and tell you to get him out.
I'll kind of like look at you, knowing nod. Okay. And I will.
And you just make a quick investigation check before you do that.
Can I make like a strength check just to see how strong of a
23.
magnet this is?
Or sorry, 22.
You're a smart person, and you realize that these beds, the cots, they're higher than the water sits. If you can control where they teleport, and you can teleport the two of you onto that bed, you won't get hit.
Oh, sorry, I'm not talking. Yeah, the map is just black for me right now, so I can't see anything.
How about now?
On my end. Stream looks like it's completely black too.
How about now? Shoot.
Yeah, and I wasn't sure what you were referring to, and the spell has a 90-foot range, so like I can make it just about anywhere in this room.
Is everyone blind?
I am not.
I can see.
I keep thinking it's on my end, but I'm looking at the stream and I just see blackness on the stream too.
Working on it.
Hey, there we go. See stuff now.
Okay. Oh, I gotta fix the stream. How's the stream look? Sorry about that.
Oh, good. Yeah. So, I have 90 feet. More than enough to make it to where the guards are, dipping stuff into the, or we're dipping gloves in the pool. So, and hold push to talk at the same time. I'm going to, yeah, I'm gonna, after having looked at Danny and like he kind of clearly has my intent, I'm just gonna say, or I guess I can't point. I'm restrained. Say, I got you. Back up. And I saw he already kind of did, so he's out of range. And I'm gonna take me and Chi2, and I'm just gonna pop us to the platform up there, and it's gonna leave an explosion behind, basically, which I don't think anyone's in range to get hit by.
What's the range?
10 feet. Is Otar in range?
Yes.
Okay, Otar's in range. Sorry, Otar. That's 3d10 thunder damage, which is already bad because we're already taking thunder damage.
Your guys are taking lightning damage.
Oh,
Thunder
sorry.
damage is sound.
Yeah.
But yeah, go ahead and roll the 3d10. Otar's about to get hit.
Ran for low damage. 2, 3, 4, so 4, 5, 6, 7, 9.
Nice low roll.
How much?
9 points of thunder
9
damage.
points of thunder damage. And then, yeah, so I'm gonna take us up there.
Creorn, yes, you can make a strength check. It is with disadvantage. Because you are consistently being electrocuted right now.
So the
Oh, you can't move your character outside of the box. Okay. You take another 6 points. Otar and Creorn take another 12 points. And you can pull the glove out of the water.
I do so.
There's my roll with disadvantage, by the way, in Discord.
I'm very low HP, so I'm just sitting there like. And I pulled his glove out of the water, which hopefully stops electrocuting everyone.
I will bonus action healing word on Creorn and just continue to march forward towards the one that I still know. At least if shock the wall or even shock the floor, because there's only 2 people that did one of each, right?
I guess we all woke up and chose violence
One
today.
person shocked the floor, one person shocked the wall, correct?
No, the
Yeah, I
water
haven't
is on the
actually
wall.
tried to kill anyone
Like
yet,
the
which
water's
is
touching
funny
the metal.
because-
So if one,
So one individual caused all this damage.
yes,
Cool, I'm marching towards him.
And I'm gonna call out, now that we're no longer being shocked, no, he's mine.
I'm gonna straight up say this is intimidation against intimidation because I'm also pissed.
your strength check succeeds. You use all of your might to push on this chain netting. You're able to get a little bit of movement, but it's highly restricted because you're trying to push a net chain, a chain net. So you're trying to find a way to essentially escape, and you're limited to either dropping yourself prone or going to one side or another, and it would be effectively 5 feet per round.
Are we in the same net or are they like separate nets?
Same net. But
can Otar try to assist as well in pushing forward?
If you guys get close enough, yes.
Well, we're semi-close to each other.
Creorn, you will get back 4 points of healing.
Thank you. What was your intimidation? Because I've got my roll.
14.
I win with a dirty 20.
As Dandy turns to you,
Trying to show it. There's too much light. It's kind of.
I see it.
Okay, and I've got a +1, so that bastard killed Manny. He's mine.
he's ours.
How close to the edge of the net am I? Does it encompass this entire wall, or?
Everything but the last 5 feet of each side. It would be easier to drop prone and try to roll out of it.
Okay, I will do that then. Can I roll with acrobatics to come up standing?
Sure. It effectively takes you like one turn to get yourself prone, and then the next turn you would use half your movement to get up. But at this point, just you guys get yourself out. Dandy gets himself over to the door. Whether he listens to you or not is up to him. Revalor is already at the pile of corpses. We're not in initiative order. You guys, you do you.
Is the door unlocked or shut?
Check.
So I'm free from the wall
I
now?
check with an Eldritch Blast to the door.
Roll to hit. It hits. The door doesn't blast open. It is an iron rod gate. This is a dungeon. It was not intended to be able to get out.
Is there a keyhole or any type of sign there?
Creon, what the fuck did you just do?
You said we got free, right?
How did you get there?
I just dragged.
Can you all do that?
Yeah.
I only got to the door, so wherever the door is at.
Oh, no, I can't.
I just dragged myself.
Why
Yeah,
are
I
you
can't
the
get.
only person who can get past that wall?
Because I am magic. Little do you know, I have Misty Step.
Magic.
I don't know.
So DM, while you're fixing that, from the point of view, the door is unharmed.
It looks singed, but that's it.
If it's still intact, I will go with my lock picking skills and I'll pick this lock.
Aha! I am also magic.
Stop looking for the cracks, guys.
This is why I was a bug tester.
Get back in the water before I electrocute you both.
Shock me harder.
Man, I tried so hard, guys.
The DM was just like, just go in the pit and go in the dungeon. Things will happen. We're like, no,
it
we're
happened
killing
all right.
everybody.
He got dandy on demon time
Actually.
now.
I specifically learned how to make walls because Ethan kept giving me shit for it. So I learned how to make walls. And you guys just find holes in it, apparently.
Don't find the holes, guys. Come on.
That's a 25 with my lock picking skills.
If it helps, the hole is right in front of Revalor. It's right here.
My mission is get to that undying man, and I'm not done with him. Neither is Creon. We are not done with him.
25 succeeds. You've unlocked the door. Y'all can click the little door icon.
Oh.
See, it opens and closes. I thought you guys would be excited about that.
That's so cute. I like it.
And so
I'll go-
I
I'll go
have
this
to
way.
unlock it. Screw you, Ryan. You know what?
I'll go. So sorry. I'll go this way.
Ryan's gone.
Otar pulls some Looney Tunes thing. Just like, I'm gonna go past the wall. It just goes around the screen.
Dicks.
I will do a quick investigation or however we want. I want to look for any and all weapons on that one individual, and I want to strip him of it. Not take it for myself, just take it off him.
Okay. They've got a short sword and they've got that gauntlet that Revalor has the potential to grab before you guys. If he did.
Take it if you want it. I don't care.
Thank you. Yeah, I probably would have picked that up. So yeah.
Okay, so all you find is a short sword.
I strip him of everything. I rip off his shirt disrespectfully.
Hold on. Speaking of disrespect,
Wait, are you doing something to this guy before I get a chance to? Because I did win this intimidation.
Ryan, I'm gonna ban you. I'm gonna smack you with the ban hammer.
I wanted to write help, but it wouldn't let me.
We're trying to penis.
Drawing dick butt over here.
Just throwing dicks
wait.
against her and throw the dicks.
Welcome to 66, where we piss off the DM.
One of my hobbies.
To answer Creorn, I am not attacking him. I have stripped him of his weapons, and then I am ripping off his clothing like a plebeian.
Okay.
I will take the knot out of my hands, and I will tie and bound this man.
I'm still going to win.
While you're doing that, one guard starts to get up.
Which one is it? Is that the one that shocked us?
No. They get up and they start running away.
I have G2 eat one of them.
Okay.
Jesus.
Instructions unclear. Starts eating a dead one.
From this point on, I assume that me and Chizu have gotten to a nice enough understanding of each other that when a command is given and a pointing of a sword is at the person, he'll understand.
Well, and I assume if I drop a group of D&D adventurers into a hole, they fall.
We fell, and then got up
After about a
pissed.
half hour of work.
You're okay. Go ahead and use whatever. I mean, you should have control of Chi2, so if the movement is enough to get it. Ryan,
Yes.
can you see?
No.
By
Actually.
the dawn's early light.
So with Chi2 speed of 50, Chi2 will bolt all the way to the person and charge pounce him.
Can you see now?
No.
I don't believe you.
I really can't. I'll refresh just to see. Nope.
Oh, I gave Josh the token and not you. There
Ah,
you go.
I'm no longer blind.
Okay, roll to attack. $17 hits, down and unconscious again.
It was a 17 to hit. He's down and unconscious again. As he goes down and Chi2 gnaws and is getting ready to release on instinct, because I never tell him this, I will look to him and says, "He's all yours."
Keep
And
going.
continue tying up the guy, finishing up the knots to tying up for the guy who shocked us all. Look at the rest of the group. Feel free to kill the others. I don't care. And I'm going to use a bonus action, Healing Word, to bring this guy back up.
Okay.
Hey, Dandy, what's your Bardic Inspiration die?
Bardic Inspiration is 1d8 to any combat swing and or damage if you so choose, because I have the combat college. So he gets back 4 hit points, and he is bound and conscious.
Yeah.
I turn to Creorn and says, "You get the first."
He might be frozen.
He'll get the second.
Looks like he is frozen, yeah.
Okay, we can retcon it. I guess depending on what. Okay. Meanwhile,
Alien work.
Connor, you, fully restrained in this gross webbing, are being walked around the castle. And
We're gonna walk into the dungeon to the pile of bodies in the hallway.
Oh, it's about to get a whole lot worse.
okay, now that you're back, what are you doing, Creorn?
So, Creorn, if you didn't hear, I bound this guy, stripped him of his little weapons, tore his shirt off, used Healing Word. He is conscious at 4 hit points, and I turn to you and simply say, "You can be the first."
Okay. I'm drawing my longsword.
Oh.
What is it
yes.
to make a targeted roll?
It's the kneecaps.
Depends on what you're doing.
Decapitation.
Just roll to hit.
Okay.
Are you making it a clear strike for decapitation?
Oh, yeah.
I will intervene, and Dandy will say, "No. We're going to enjoy this."
See, here's what I'm running into though. My alignment is lawful neutral. So, following that, torture doesn't quite fall into what would be morally allowed. However, revenge for a fallen soldier could be.
That's a great point. I will stab him in the chest.
You're a little slow because I already decapitated him.
I'm willing to fight this because Dandy is not going to let this happen easily. That's the main key. He's not going to let this end with a simple one and done. That's the problem.
How are you going to contest my sword swing?
Using my body if I need to.
While you guys are arguing and getting ready for decapitation, you watch as two more of the guards quickly come back from unconsciousness, stand up, and use their full movement and dash to run away.
Did Chitu get his breath weapon back?
Chitu was never able to fully use it.
He'll use it now as they run past.
So, Dandy, if you're going to stand in the way of my sword swing,
If that's what stops you from making a decisive killing blow, not unconscious strike blow.
Revalor,
I would-
Otar, what are you two doing during this?
Have I remembered anything from what we discussed earlier? Based off of these encounters?
No, you still forget you still don't remember the werewolf, or what is playful or what is engaging.
Okay. Should I roll to see what I think this is, I guess?
Sure.
Do you want me to just roll a d20 and you'll let me know?
What is it you're trying to do?
I guess trying to figure out if I'm going to interact or not within this, because I don't know. Sotar doesn't understand, right?
Well, so the part that you don't understand is essentially combat is combat, whether it's friend or not. Like, so whether it's like sparring with a friend, you can't tell the difference between till death or till unconscious.
Okay.
So like, unless you're like thinking that,
I thought that was different than you said, so basically nothing's changed.
right, just more so. So like, if like I said earlier, like if Dandy asked you for money, you might consider that a mugging.
Okay. Um. Hmm. They're
So-
already running away past Chizu, is that correct? Or is there another one there?
There's two of them running away from Cheeto.
Where's the stupid... Is that the ruler?
so Dandy.
I'll just stand by for now.
Okay.
What about you, Rev?
I honestly don't know at this point. Like I was fully expecting to surrender, and here we are. And then I started getting electrocuted to death, and I was like, "Well, no, that's not happening." So I basically have stopped being electrocuted to death. I'm fine now. Because I'm expecting like dozens of more guards basically to come in and just overwhelm us at any moment.
We are
We
basically,
are basically in like the center of the royal capital. I can't imagine that there aren't hundreds of guards probably on their way.
I should have mentioned you, Connor. It's not just the red cloaked being with you. You are being escorted with 2 other guards as well. So, Creorn, Dandy.
The question is, did you fully swing?
Seeing you step in front, I would have stopped that swing. However, I have 2 attacks per turn. So it would very much so that I would be like, I would have lined up to his neck, and in my backswing, you would have stepped in front. So cancel that attack, and then I would have just brought the sword down on the other side. And does an 18 hit him?
Yep. Roll
As
damage.
I'm bringing the sword to his head, or as I'm looking at him, I'm gonna be like, you do not fucking kill my friends. And he takes 12 damage.
Head comes clean off.
Dandy watches the head roll. Turns back to the one that Chitu's. Did the cone, fire cone hit the 2 that were trying to run? Of his breath weapon?
Oh, I don't know the stats. It's a deck save, right?
Dex save, but if they got up on 1 hit point, they would take 2d10, even half damaged.
Oh, yeah, then they're charred again.
Yep. I will turn and make my way towards them.
Okay. Proceed. No, that one's definitely dead.
I will draw my longsword, and I will Eldritch Blast their unconscious bodies.
Okay. All of these guards are dead and are no longer going to come up.
After taking that one dude's head off, I'm just gonna sheath my sword super casually and look at Revalor and be like, so where to next?
You guys don't seem to realize where we are, do you? You think killing 6 or 7 guards is going to get us out of here? There are probably thousands of guards in this place.
Oh no,
And
I
we
just
are in
wanted
one
to
of the
kill that.
deepest parts of one of the darkest dungeons.
I just wanted to kill that one. He killed Manny. Manny's gone.
He has axiomatic mind. I'm sure he's still out there somewhere.
His
we just
thoughts
need to
may
get him a
be.
new body. We just need to get him a new body, is all.
So no harm, no foul is the thought process we should be taking. As Dandy will slowly turn around to you, giving you the half-eye look.
Well, if I understand the axiomatic mind correctly, it seems like he still exists in there somewhere. We just don't have his physical form.
Problem with that is, we didn't get him. He came to us. And I liked him.
I am sorry for your loss. But right now, we do need to deal with the fact that hundreds of guards are probably pressing down on us, and we either need to get gone, or we need to figure out how exactly we're going to explain the fact that we keep killing everyone.
Fun fact, they killed one of ours first.
Fair enough. But we still need to figure out what we're doing and stop arguing over who's going to be killing who.
Okay. Well, let's say we get out of here, so we're not standing over the dead bodies anymore. Any chance that you're willing to actually like reveal yourself to them?
Well, it can't get any worse. Might as well find the most public place to possibly do it. It'll be a little bit harder to kill me if I can come out to a lot of people.
Absolutely everything is going off the rails.
Revalor,
I feel like I sort of started it.
Not great.
I mean, to be fair, I had a plan, and then I had to step away for a moment.
Could have been both of us against the spider lady.
Yep.
as the words that come out of your mouth are filled with confidence, you hear a familiar voice. No. I need you to wait.
I'm gonna think back. It's not time yet.
No. As you guys are all looking to Revalor for guidance on what's to come, Revalor, Creorn, and Otar, you see a flash of red coming from the door all the way at the end of the hall as a head shape appears in the window, like railed window of the door leading out of this dungeon. But you realize that's the only door out. Theoretically, the only door out that you see at the moment. And there's people about to come in. And as the realization hits you that the time to take action is either now or never, your thoughts get jumbled and you're almost scared by the sound of splashing water as two figures run at you from another cell, and you hear steel on steel as these two half giant men bash their heads into the cell. They look terrifying. Big cage around one of their heads. The other is a steel plate forged onto his face of a large grinning skull as they just full force running as they slam their faces into the cage. You feel an eerie sense of purpose. Like almost like you knew that they were there, Revalor. Everyone else, sudden movement and loud banging noise just came running at you.
Stored up, shield up.
Well, they're still on the other side of the cage from us, right?
Oh, right. And the one with the skull forged onto his face, where his hair should be, is a lot of iron spikes.
Is one of the electric gloves somewhere near me?
Yeah, one of the guards had it on him.
See, I
Okay.
picked up one, but there should still be another one.
I'm gonna grab it, put it on, and time it so that I put it to the cage a split second before those guys would ram their heads into it again.
Not enough time. They're not ramming their heads into it. They just ram their heads into it just to get there. They're standing at attention at the cell.
Okay. I thought they were
And
like repeatedly beating their head against it.
No. But as you see a bit of like intention with Creorn, you get the feeling that shouldn't fuck with these two. There's a purpose for these two.
I get the feeling that I shouldn't fuck with them.
No, Revalor does.
Oh.
I will start taking the bodies of the elves that are charred and slowly start stacking them up atop each other. Just closer towards to where the cell is, where we were at.
You all hear the slide of a large lock open, and the door swings out. You watch as the crimson wardrobed lady walks in with Connor in front of her, and then two guards. Two more
Do-
guards.
I can't see nothing. But do I just see just a bunch of corpses in the hallway, or
If the DM allows me, as they walk in, I finish putting the third stack of body on the 3, and I will, just like the episode with the Akatsuki sitting on Gara's corpse, I will disrespectfully sit on all 3 corpses, staring at them, sword over my shoulder, shield low, and just pissed looking at them.
You are peeing on the pile of corpses?
sitting?
Oh.
But he is
I-
pissed.
As an aside, looking at these two,
Think of Naruto Shippuden when the Akatsuki sat on Gara's corpse. It's that attitude, but with the pissed more than happy.
Some spoilers.
Spoilers. Yeah. Jeez.
It's been over 30 years. Watch it.
looking at these two like half giant things, do I get it like any indication that they are like directly trying to threaten me or the group?
Nope. But as you hear the door like slide lock, your attention is directed towards the door and then back to them. And with your dark sight, you see them, but they're no longer, you didn't even hear the water. They're no longer at the top of the gate. They're in the back of the cell, back on their cots.
And the door to their cell, is it locked with like an actual like lock, or is it just like is it just barred?
There is a lock and like tumbler type deal. There is a mechanism attached to it, that like leads up, but you're not quite sure what that does.
Gotcha. Okay, I'll leave it alone for now then.
But 6 more guards and the red cloaked person walks in with Connor.
First thing I'm gonna do is look at Connor and kind of. I mean, I'm still kind of standing in front of the one that I decapitated. Look at Connor and be like, he killed Manny.
So I'm still tied up in web and I'm being led. I can't see anything, by the way.
Oh,
This is all black. This is all black. I can't see what's on the map anymore. There we are. Okay. Um,
Well, I'm pointing to the one at my feet, which
right.
well, now they've
But
all gotten moved.
As you see
But
me
yeah,
sitting on the corpse of 3.
Connor is just gonna start laughing, seeing these corpses, and like he knows he's restrained, he can't go anywhere, but he's just laughing.
The last set of guards to walk in, one of them turns around and yells out the hall that you had just came from, where you had passed dozens of guards getting here, and they yell out, "We need help in here!"
Are you gonna bring reinforcements to kill the rightful king? He's just gonna say behind his shoulder.
Or are you all finally ready to talk?
One of the guards just speak up. They're just like, "Go back to your cell, and you won't perish."
So our options are perish to an undead vampire who's trying to take over the world. Perish to the elves who really don't care about saving it, just saving themselves. Or perish in a cell. You're not really leaving room for caring at this moment. But if you actually want to talk about saving this world, ending the war and meaningless bloodshed, we can start with actual conversations and not the death of someone we truly cared about.
The red. Okay. The thing's name is the red tarantula. The red tarantula speaks up. I don't think you understand what processes are inside of a kingdom and to keep the people inside of this kingdom safe. If you want to do anything to help save this world, this state, these people, and you truly think that you can help someone in your life, just do what you're told. And there's no facial expression. There's no facial expressions. It's just a blank mask. You hear a woman talking. You see 6 arms holding like Connor just like ahead of her.
So you simply just want me to shut up and follow along with your plan? You sound an awful lot like my father. Now I'll go and stand up, sword in hand, and I'm waiting for what everyone else wants to do.
I'm gonna kind of look at everybody and be like, I really did not prepare any of you for the Elvish Kingdom. You really don't know how it works here.
We really
No,
should
I
have had a
really
talk.
don't. And I will snap my fingers and drop my seeming spell. So both Connor and myself look like our normal selves, because I'm just done.
Okay. Everyone seems unfazed.
We should have talked about this, but we didn't. Revalor, up to you. We're gonna talk and be compliant, or we're gonna fight.
We're not gonna make much progress with more bloodshed at the moment. All we would probably manage to be able to do would be to kill somewhere between 10 and 100 more guards, and then we would die. So, I say for now, we play along. After all, they only started torturing us when we started resisting. They told us that they wouldn't hurt us if we didn't resist. Much as I hate to say it, and the death of Manny, a very weak creature that they didn't even know exists, I can't blame them. You guys will find that it might be your fault for not complying in the first place. I'm sorry.
Danny's gonna slowly turn at you with that last comment and have like a face of, "Are you freaking kidding?"
Reveler's just gonna stone face look at you, just kind of serious.
He's not entirely wrong,
There is
Dandy.
compassion. There is compassion in Revelor's eyes because he is sorry that we lost Manny, and that, like, yes, this was like a companion that was helping us that we really liked. But you got him killed.
At this point, you guys have heard the footsteps of a lot of soldiers, and there's too many soldiers behind Connor that, like, the doorway, you see 6 more behind the doorway, and who knows past that. One of the guards speaks up. You do well to drop your belongings and get in your fucking cells.
And at this point, Revelor has already kind of started to do, like, hands are already up as he's saying all these things. Like, I'm already, like, I haven't killed anyone. I've been trying to surrender this whole time, basically. So I start dropping my stuff. I have to go to the door, then get on the floor.
Connor can't really move.
Dandy will use a 3rd level spell slot and cast Sending, specifically to Renta. We're in the lowest part of the dungeon. If you don't hear from us, they've killed us. Manny's already dead. So I no longer fucking care.
Does she know who Manny is? Renta? I know,
She saw him in the caves.
Okay, yes, right. I was thinking of Ethel.
And I will
Ethel obviously knows who Manny is, but I was like,
upsettingly take my sword, plunge it into the corpse of the 3 that I stacked, start disrobing all the weapons and gear begrudgingly onto the pile, and then flag Chitu and me and him will walk into the room. I really don't talk to anyone at this point, I guess.
Can you reply to Sending?
You can, yes. 25 words or less.
You hear something interesting. Renta responds, her voice terrified, scared for you. You hear back. I am on my... And the tongue changes. What languages do you speak? What you hear is, I am on my... And the voice is gutturally deep. You would know, and you do know the first word that she said.
Out of curiosity.
Push to talk.
Thank you. Sorry. Because I know this, taking the meatloaf makes me speak it. Does it make me understand it?
No. But what you do understand in common is, I am on my, and then one word that you learn from all of your time flirting with Dragonborn
Happens a lot.
is fucking. I am on my fucking, and then you don't know.
Otar's gonna drop his weapons. I actually haven't fought this whole time, which is weird.
It is quite weird, but you did fail your save, and Dandy wiped out fucking 6 people at once. So
Right.
Only 4th level, and they pissed me off. I mean, I can't say anything else. But yeah, I'll take off my backpack and everything. Even hearing that, I can't do anything about it in this situation. And everyone else is surrendering, so I walk in.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna do the same. Creorin's definitely not happy. Like, he's pissed. Well, he's a little less pissed now that he got his revenge. But yeah, he's not happy. So yeah, he'll start going to the heading towards the cell.
Otar? Oh, you said you went back in, didn't you?
Yeah. Otar doesn't really know what's going on. Like, I got dropped pretty quick, and I haven't actually fought anybody, or like everybody's been incapacitated. So I don't really have a reason to charge.
Sure. You hear the loud shuffling of feet. Connor gets pushed in, and before you were fully unrestrained, they strip you of your weapons, your bag. They do a full body check.
Did they take my armor off?
No, but they just pat you down.
Okay.
They kind of check in like where usual pockets would be, and they cut the silk, push you in.
Okay. Do I have style with me?
They took style.
Okay. I mean, fair. He ate one of them.
No.
No armor?
Nope. But they did take shields, backpacks. The only person that they technically patted down is Connor. But you all willingly dropped everything. They grabbed all of your stuff. A couple of the guards, you guys have a lot of stuff, so it takes a couple of them. And they take it to the room on the far top right over here. They unlock the door. You hear some shuffling. You hear some cabinets, some chests. They walk out. They lock the door. The red tarantula is standing in front of your cell and watching. Understand, your elven friend is right. Fighting back has made this painful for everyone. Now I have families to give condolences to. This doesn't bode well for your argument of helping people.
We came here peacefully.
And yet, you did everything except for that.
Must be great from that glass ceiling of yours.
It is quite cozy. I suggest you guys spend the rest of the night coming up with a better story. She walks off. People are still kind of bustling around. They're picking up the remainder of their colleagues. And after a while, you guys are left with a new watch that every once in a while, every few minutes, a couple of guards will come down and check on the cells. That's what kind of goes on throughout the night.
So you guys fell down here, and then did you guys break out? What happened? I'm a bit too low.
They trapped us up against a wall with some kind of... I don't know if my character would understand the physics of electromagnets. But that net just stuck to the wall, and then they began shocking us and electrifying the water that we're standing in. And Creorn is going to be making a point of he's like crouch sitting on the cot, so he's not in the water anymore. They shocked us, and that's what killed Manny. And yeah,
Did his body disappear?
yes.
So we don't even have that proof. Okay. Dang it. Having him able to testify would have been great, and they killed him.
Yep. Admittedly, I got a little pissed.
Yeah, I could see that. Rightfully.
I was content in just killing the one.
I think they know they can't mess around with us, though. I think they understand that now.
Yeah,
Yes, and it's gonna
possibly
do
an
so well
excessive
for
show
us.
of force.
I can't wait to try to explain to everyone how we're here to help after we've just killed a half a dozen people.
Yeah. I'm maybe I sort of instigated things. Otar sort of gave you away. I pulled the only card I had to divert the conversation.
I should have prepared everyone better for this. I didn't think this would happen, but I definitely deserve some of the blame. I basically led you all in here fairly blind, although I suppose we were kind of on a time crunch. I don't think that teleport spell would have lasted very much longer.
Well, it was kind of on any of us to bring it up, really. But yeah, we should have all talked.
All right, so where do we go from here?
Well, I know it may be a pain for those of you who don't live in the hundreds of years, but you're going to have to learn some patience.
We're going to be down here a while. Though I bet my mother will be here at some point to talk to me again.
You seem so
Otar's
thrilled about that.
Otar's just gonna go to bed over on the platform there.
Bored now.
Is that a short rest or a long rest? Just for my... I know I'm asking ahead, but
You can take a long rest.
okay. Thank you.
It's gonna be a while.
Was Creorin talking before Otar went to sleep?
So, your mom.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a thing.
She's somebody. Her name's Carolia. And my name is Thamior. Or the given name at birth, at least. And I suppose I did lie way back about what happened to my ears, and I'll sort of tug at them. I did that. Yeah, that's my mom. That's my mother.
Okay then. Well,
That's why I really didn't want to come here.
And we put you exactly where you didn't want to be, not only in the Elven capital, but right in front of your mother.
Yeah, I did not think we would meet her so soon after arriving. To be honest, I thought it would be at least a little later. Um, but yeah, that was. Yeah, after the attacks and the persecution on the humans happened, I didn't lie about that. No, she was the one who condemned all the humans in the city to fiery death. It was a few years later. I was too young at the time to run away and leave. It was years later that I finally did it.
I don't suppose they have a self-defense clause, do they? Looking at Revalor.
Would I know anything about that?
You remember that there used to be, about 100 years ago, before there was even a castle, before there was a kingdom, before your family was royalty, before this bitch was the lawmaker.
So yeah, you have to remember it's been about 100 years since I've been here. But the last time I was here, there were some self-defense laws on the books. I mean, and as with a lot of things go, I mean, money talks. If you can get enough of a good enough of a legal defense, you might be able to get out of anything. So,
Do we have a chance?
okay, this is me speaking as Grant real quick, by the way, because Connor just a little bit ago said that um how he was talking about his mom, and I just had this realization, and I can't for the life of me remember the name of it, because at one point I asked everybody, does the name this, like the something or other, mean anything to you? And Connor kind of peeked up at that a little bit. Oh, no. The condemner? Am I
The
correct?
condemner.
So like I was basically gonna turn and be like, wait a minute, is your mother is the condemner?
Yeah.
I am so sorry.
Yeah, that was. Did you know her before you left?
I don't know her, but I know of her, and I know of her deeds. There's hardly an elf alive that doesn't.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's all for the sake of the justice that we are going to be prosecuted through.
Well, we didn't exactly prove them wrong or anything.
What part?
Well,
Entering in, telling them we need to speak,
I
and then
mean,
having them drop us through a chute, not knowing where it is or how we're going to live, only for a net to be casted upon friends that's they could or could not just straight up torture us afterwards. But yes, I probably should have just rolled over.
No, no. I mean, what you speak is the truth. What they're going to say to the families is that we teleported in and some
Immediately
amount
started
of
killing
humans.
everybody.
Yep, and we started killing guards, and now they threw us in prison. We were spies or assassins. That's the lies they're going to spin.
I mean, I suppose they would have spun those lies either way, but the fact
Hmm.
that there are actual dead bodies does not help our case.
Yeah, and I'm about 99% sure my mom had something to do with your father's death.
I got the impression that she was interested in finding me for less than good reasons.
Right. Though we have shown her through the pile of bodies you guys piled up um, that we're not that easily taken. Which means when she does make her move, it'll be very quickly and very strong.
Well, then we best start thinking of ways to make ourselves worth more alive than dead.
We are quite literally here to raise an army against an undead vampire. But we can't even convince people that we're here to talk. I don't
We
see us coming out of this alive.
we did have an audience with with the condemner. Just didn't go very well. But we either come up with some proof, some information, something that they can verify on their end, or we break out, find some other elf royalists that would side with Revalor. That's the only real two ways I can see right now.
What are the odds of us finding that?
I bet there'd be somebody. I have no clue who, but I bet there'd be somebody. Heck, his brother might.
I bet his brother doesn't even know he made it here. Because the condemner was the first one to speak to us.
If we actually could get this information to my brother, maybe. But to your point, I have a feeling that this is something he will never learn about through his right-hand person. He will simply hear that some spies broke in and attempted to kill people, did kill people, and were rightfully put in a dungeon. That's what he'll hear.
If we had Manny, we could have him go sneak out and deliver a message. Style might have been able to do something, but they took
After
him.
crowing of that cat, I'm going to whip up my
While you guys are discussing this,
Yeah.
you guys hear a familiar noise. You hear one of the gates being unlocked. You guys quickly and expectantly look at your door, but it's still locked, still closed. You guys see a dark shadow of a crimson cat strutting on, for lack of better words, the dock between the cells. You hear one of the guards. Who is that? Don't make us hurt you. hear the creaking of the jail cell, the door creaking open from the other side. It's
Our cell?
No.
No, I think it might be the Trouble Twins.
The door quietly creaks out, and you watch as these two terrifyingly imaged half giants step out in a loud stomp. They both look over to you, Revelor. You can't even see the eyes to one of them, but you know that they're looking at you. There's a nod of acknowledgement. And they begin to walk out. Over the course of the next few minutes, you hear the terrifying sound of what you can only assume is corpses being ripped in half.
I'm gonna look at Revalor and say, "We're not gonna be blamed for that, are we?"
I certainly hope not. And maybe if we're very lucky, we can blame the other deaths caused by us on them as well. In the meantime, that seems like it would be a very good idea to make a move if we intend to.
Well, I've got no way of getting us out of here.
They took all our stuff, so I don't have my thieves' tools.
You hear the
Oh, sorry.
Can't you conjure some up with prestidigitation or minor illusion? Can't you make a minor trinket? Would that count? I mean, like
I don't think so.
I think you could make a lock pick at least, but I don't know.
I don't know. I never thought about that. I'd have to reread it.
I can only make for a solid object. I can instantly make a non-magical trinket. However, that trinket is not really durable. It's more like I can make a mud figure.
Could I?
Right, you could make like a tin soldier or something. Yeah.
Essentially, yeah.
Could I, DM, cast Thunder Smite on my fist and punch the door?
You may certainly try. Your friends may tell you that the cell seems to be immune to spells, though.
I blasted that sucker with a 3rd level heat and metal, or no, it was a I blasted with the Eldritch Blast, and that did diddly squat with 2 successful hits. But punch away. We have time to kill. Pun intended.
If I'm able,
At this point, the giants have left. The door relocks. The cat is nowhere to be found.
so
You guys are discussing.
this cat, like a big red lion sort of thing, just started rip, or
Looks like Revelor's cat, but he didn't summon it.
okay.
I was getting ready to, which is why he interrupted me.
And then it just like tore some bodies up and is gone. Now we're locked back in here.
The cat. Oh, you
It
couldn't
leads to
see
happen.
because you got rid of your token.
Yeah, I couldn't see nothing. I had no idea what was happening. It's okay though.
Do you see him?
Oh yeah, I see them. See these two.
A cat, like identical to Revelor's familiar, unlocked the jail cell, let these people out. These people just killed a fuck ton of guards and just walked out. Hearing the lock behind them, locking you guys inside.
And this happened before Connor arrived.
No, this
No,
just
okay,
happened.
yeah, okay.
And Connor, you would know from because you just came from this direction, and the rest of the party didn't get there. That door is barred from the outside. There is nothing to pick.
I'm gonna try because I don't have any other. You said the two half giants left. They were alone in this hallway. I don't have anything else.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, they left.
I
I'm going to.
invented this word and gave it to the DM. He's been using it ever since.
I'm going to. It's just the reason I ask if I can cast Thunder Smite on my fist is because people debate whether you can smite with a fist.
I mean, I don't see why not. It's an attack. I guess I'd need to read what the rules are for it. But
It says with a melee weapon attack, but like, can my
New
fist be a
5e Dungeons
weapon?
and Dragons came out, and you can smite with your fists according to the new Paladin feature.
Oh, sick! All right.
Of course,
gonna-
druids also got a debuff, and they no longer keep their hit points for all the craziness and all that. But that's another story entirely.
yeah, that's all D&D 1 stuff. But yeah, I don't see why you couldn't put your smite onto your fist.
All right, thunderous smite. And I'm gonna. You said, is all of this the chain, or is this just metal bars here?
Those are just metal bars. The chain trap is still on the very far wall behind you.
Gotcha.
And then if you zoom in, you can see the little door.
Yeah.
That's the gate.
Then at the like centermost, like up and down center of the where the bar is, gonna thunderous smite and try to like boom and break the door open.
Roll for an attack.
Okay, this would just be d20 plus strength, because I crit. That's a natural 20 for 25.
Go ahead and roll for damage.
Okay, so damage is just gonna be 3, or it would just be 2. Is it
double
1?
damage?
Whatever your strength is.
My strength is 14, but I think it's
So yeah, 1 plus your strength, so 3.
3, and then crits double the dice. So
Yeah.
So thunderous smite does 4d6 thunder damage. Wow.
That's rough, buddy.
That's real rough.
That's terrible. Yeah, there's a couple ones in there.
There's 6
Yeah.
1 1. That's but 13 thunder damage.
That's actually like dead even.
Yeah.
Or
That's-
dead average.
Yeah.
Which sucks. But that's what I rolled.
You punch it, and a resounding sound emits from the impact. The door rattles. Did something, but doesn't seem to be unlocking in any way.
I wasn't trying to unlock it. I was trying to break it.
Same. It doesn't seem to break to get opened at all. With the thunder damage, you might be a little concerned that more guards are coming your way to see what the sound is about.
I have an idea.
Dandy immediately rolls over to try and nap like Otar.
Danny, I might need your help with this one.
I'm still listening, I guess.
If we can get everybody in one space, throw open a minor illusion in front of everyone to make it look like we're all not in the cell, they will open the door to come see what happened, and then we might be able to get out.
There's just one issue with that. That is
What would that
predicated
be?
on the fact that those half giants left anybody alive.
So Dandy will roll over and sit up and actually stare at all of you. So the plan is, not when we had our weapons and everything ready to go throw down. You want us to go with no weapons or supplies to then start sneaking out with my only... I probably have only one more spell in the tank. We've been having a long day. We went from the mountains where I forgot the love of my life's family, then the love of my life, then all of you, to immediately come here and be treated like absolute it, tossed down in a hole, blamed for things that I don't really care about political aspects at this point, to now say, hey, let's now try and escape.
There are 2 fuck off giants who just got a giant pathway that we might be able to get out behind. That is the thing that we needed to wait for in order to get past, about 1,000 guards.
So
That'll be
2
few.
giants can take out an entire kingdom.
No, they're just gonna make the
Be
way.
enough of a distraction while we get away, that's for sure.
Didn't also DM, you said that they put all of our equipment in one of the cells nearby, right?
Yeah, there's a heavily reinforced room to the top right. The door is full iron. But yeah, you watch them take all of your stuff and put them in the one room. When they opened and closed it, it sounded like the opening and closing of a safe.
Talking. I was hoping that that wouldn't be quite as difficult to get into. I don't know. If y'all want to take a rest and figure it out later, let's do that. I simply saw an opportunity.
Dandy will immediately just go back to laying down.
Connor, thoughts?
Let's do it.
All right. Otar, wake up.
You're probably going to have to try harder than that.
Walk over and can I like flip the cot?
Oh.
I assume Dandy was also on it.
Wait, wasn't there like 2 cots, one on both ends?
Yeah, and Dandy's
yeah,
been on this one talking with us.
Yeah, Dandy, Krigor, and Chitu and Revalor are one cot. Otar has his own cot. So, I mean, yeah, go ahead and flip his
Or
cart.
would the thunder smite have woken up Otar?
That would have been really, really loud.
It was really loud. He woke up and rolled
I feel-
over. It's like, we're not getting out yet.
Oh, 8. Oh, jeez, you're heavy. Dude, come on, just get up. My arm's really sore. I punched a door, okay?
Otar slowly starts to wake up.
Take some of the water and sort of splash it on him.
Hey, Connor, how's your healing spells doing?
Right. You guys are a little messed up.
Yeah, I got kind of fucked up.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie.
Sorry. I have 35 hit points to pass between people.
I don't know how everybody else is looking, but I am not doing so hot myself.
Dandy's going for a long rest. Otar was trying to as well.
G2 currently has 10 hit points out of 32, so he looks mostly messed up. I look all right, but not at 100.
We're not gonna get another chance like this. Connor has some.
How do we know this is even a
substances.
chance? The two giants just magically walked out of their cells through a door that was locked on the outside. DM, I assume with my human vision, I didn't see the cat in the dark.
I was about to ask, did
There-
anybody else see the cat?
I would have, because I actually do have dark vision this whole time.
So DM,
Have you been secretly
Well-
a half elf?
Yes.
Yes.
Where have
Yes.
you been for the last hour?
That's another thing
I-
Danny's kind of upset about.
I had
Kind
to
of.
step away from the
he
conversation.
actually had to step
Oh,
away, if you guys remember.
right.
Yeah.
I had
Yes,
to step away for like 20 minutes, so I missed a lot.
Yeah, so
So-
Connor's
Sorry,
mom is
well-
the lady. She's the condemner. She's been pretty bad.
There is torchlights in that hallway, so you would have seen the cat, and you would have seen the giants walk out.
While everybody's arguing, I want to go ahead, DM, and I'm going to cast my first augury for the day. And I'm going to basically ask my patron whether or not it is a good idea to escape right now. If we try to escape right now, is that good and bad, or neither? Basically, because that's what augury does. I ask the DM a question essentially, and I get good, bad, both, or neither essentially as an answer. Bad. Okay. And my first one is free. I get it correct, and then after that, it's like I think a cumulative 25% more chance to get it wrong. So you could just give me a random answer, essentially, like you roll a d4 and go, okay.
Do you tell everybody that?
Yeah, because
or-
I'm doing a ritual. Because while everyone's doing this, like I think it's a 10-minute ritual. I'm like casting the stones essentially, and I'm like, I don't think tonight's the night to break out, guys. I just read some stones and they're saying no.
Otar promptly goes back to bed.
He'll glance between Revalor and Otar and... Sorry, buddy.
Well,
Otar just
then,
grunts in acknowledgement.
I guess if we're not breaking out, I'm gonna go sit on one of the cots and lean against the wall and say, then I guess I'm catching some sleep.
We're all pretty injured anyway. Might be good to rest up.
Yeah, you'd think they would put the dangerous people all in different cells. But now we're cramped in here, and there's very limited dry space.
So I'm just kind of sitting on the cot and leaning against the wall. I'm not taking a whole cot. It's like at least making more room for everybody.
Someone's gonna have to spoon Otar.
Danny,
Connor's
tag
gonna
your
sit.
I'm already laying on this bench. What do you want from me?
Go spoon
was-
Otar.
I was gonna have Connor just sit next to his feet and lean back.
I don't even necessarily need to lie down because I'm just gonna go meditate, so you guys can have a little bit more cot space from that.
You're just
Yeah,
gonna
but the-
soak in the water and become a
ground's wet.
prune.
Your butt's gonna get all wrinkly.
It already is. I'm like 180 years old.
Hey, for elves, that's years young.
That's true.
All right. So, is everyone meditating / going to sleep, or are you guys taking shifts?
I vote we take shifts.
It might not be a bad idea. Yeah, to take some shifts. Otar's
We
already
are
asleep.
in-
Dandy's probably getting there himself. So
We are in hostile territory, technically, so it
even
wouldn't
though
be a
we're
bad idea
inside, Yeah.
for us to do our usual take shifts thing.
Yeah, I'm good taking the first half because I don't, I can just clear space so more people have space on the cots, and I'm good to stay awake for 4 hours.
Okay. Well, I'll take some shift.
So you stay up first. As you're just hanging out and everyone passes off to sleep, you are considering all of the things that could happen. The city you once called home is nothing like you remembered. It doesn't take. Sorry, hold on. And you are also spending a lot of time thinking about what havoc could these two giants that have some part of your destiny, what could they mean? What havoc could they be wreaking on the place that you're supposed to call home? You hope that your family is okay, but based on the amount of guards here, you assume one way or another it'll be fine. But not long in between before your shift, silently, but with enough noise that you acknowledge it, you hear banging of um, a banging of metal. Quite familiar as you heard people and objects fall from the chute on the backside of your cage, anyways. And you watch as the door swings open, and the sound gets louder and louder. Bang, 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 and then finally it hits the metal cage, and you see it's one of those gauntlets with the diodes, badly screwed up. It's no longer. It's not charged. It looks like some of all three of the diodes broke in the fall. You go and investigate it, and there's a piece of parchment. It reads, "Welcome home, Revalor." Signed, Goldchin.
Mother.
Connor, while you're asleep, you begin dreaming. And it's one of those amazing dreams that starts off as like low gravity. You're kind of floating and jumping higher and higher till all of a sudden you realize that you don't need to land, that you're flying. And as the dream changes, you realize it's not you that's flying, but a dragon. And you get a vision of this aerial view as this large adult white dragon with fury in her eyes is flying as fast as she can. Your view pans out to look behind it to its destination. And you see an amazing giant city. Big stone walls with ivy growing, overgrown on everything. On the top of the mountain is a giant, beautiful castle with very elven-like architecture. There's glass. There's trees. There's everything that you would imagine to see in an elven kingdom. You wake back up. You guys trade shifts through this time. And just as the rest of you guys are all beginning to wake, you guys are thinking that you're hungry, trying to figure out if someone's going to come feed you, if someone's going to come see you today. You know, everyone knows actually, that Renta said that she would be there in 24 hours. So you know, one way or another, something's going to happen today. You all begin to feel rather cold. You don't know if maybe it's finally the dead of night. Maybe it's the frost of the first morning.
Do we get our long rest? Or...
Yes.
Okay.
You get your long rest. And as you all realize between the six of you that it's getting very cold, sorry, the five of you, that it is getting very cold, you begin to hear some havoc coming from outside of the cellar. A familiar woman screaming. And as she gets louder and louder, you look as the water underneath you begins to freeze.
Gonna bring my feet up.
Yep, I'm gonna bring my feet up on the cot.
So I guess that was a good call.
A loud bang as the cellar door busts open, and running up in front of you, you see a shifting form of what was pearlescent and scaly turn into Renta. The ground beneath you fully frozen, and steam rolling off of her. That's where we're going to end the session.
So, like, we just woke up and this happens?
Yep.
It's like we wake up to the noises how I predicted it.
Right. Okay, well, time to go murder Hobo again.
See, I think Murder Hobo is killing without being provoked.
That's true.
That's Murder Hobo. This was just, you killed one of our own because you wanted us to follow your political BS. This is the result of it.
Yeah. And Connor fought to kill because he's like, I'm not dropping down no hole. No, screw you, mom, and his. Yeah.
Same. We came here for a political talk, and then you're gonna drop us down a random hole, and we know this guy's being attacked, and you want information on him. You look like the bad guy.
Yeah.
We gotta fight.
Yeah.
We
I need
did
to
lie
find
about
style.
who we are, try to seek an audience with the king under really suspicious circumstances, not comply with any of their demands, and then when they asked us like not to fight back, we did. So
I mean, yeah, we did show up like.
Look, Batman, why won't you give us your secret identity? People after you? No, it can't be.
I mean,
Batman
we
is a
did
good
show up.
guarantee.
We did just like pop in and be like, we want to talk to the king. And you're like, who are you?
Technically, they didn't
We're
make any demands
people.
before they just started shoving us down that tunnel.
No,
No,
she
if
just-
they would have said, we're going to escort you to a dungeon until we get further things, that wouldn't have been a more nice thing. No, they throw a hole beneath us that we don't know where God it sends us to. Of course, we're going to fight back.
It's the condemner. She's.
But at no point before that had you complied to a single request.
What request?
What makes you think about all the asking information? So at what point would you think that? So okay, you guys are security, or most of you are security guards.
Yes, we're
If
security.
someone is
Yeah.
blatantly lying to you this whole time and are obviously armed and dangerous,
As security, we are forced to believe them until proven otherwise.
Yep.
when there's not police officers that you have to abide to, you're going to defend yourself and go for the surefire win.
We did. We did defend ourselves. We won.
And so did they.
But that's not defending themselves. They had no no provocative besides we just didn't want to tell the truth. Did we attack first? No. Should they have said we're going to take it to the dungeon until we get further information? That's how you proceed. But they're dicks. And that's how they proceeded. And that's just how we responded.
See, this is really funny for me too, because like I'm kind of sort of being defensive because I'm the only elf, and I'm kind of like going, well, we did kind of just bust into their place.
Joke's on you. No, you're not.
Lie about who we were, not comply with a single order, and then when they tried to basically just expedite us to a dungeon, we tried to kill a bunch of them.
Connor agrees with that, but I was also like, but I got to kill an elf.
Here's my view of it all.
You know what? That I can at least understand.
So we're standing there. She didn't really ask us any questions. Like,
I mean, it seems like she pretty quickly realized that we were just full of shit and was like, you guys are wasting my time. I'm fucking done with you. Like, I'm really, literally the only reason you have an audience with me is because I recognize my son sitting right there, and the rest of you fucks I don't give a shit about.
Yeah, I was
dungeon.
Yeah, Connor gave his own name, and she probably heard that and was like, I'm gonna go talk to these people.
So, like, this whole fucking session was off the rails.
Oh,
Yeah.
I knew that as a player. I was like,
No,
this is nothing
totally
what
part of the
DM
plan.
No. This whole fucking session was off the rails. You weren't supposed to meet your mother for a long while, but you said your actual fucking name.
That
What
I found
did-
kind of
why was
hilarious.
she the
I realized that
first
was your real
person?
name.
Why was she the first person that came in then? Why wasn't she later?
Because you used your name. I even went with Mike.
That name has to, like,
To be
get
fair, I
to
was
her.
gonna say Gerald and use that scrumptious name from 2 towns over, but no, we decided.
How many citizens did you see in the 2 hours you were waiting in the DMV line?
You should have went with Lee.
You
There
said
are
none.
a million Lees.
Should have went with
And
Lee.
there's our Avatar reference for the day.
But
It took forever because basically you gave your real name. So instead of just passing you on through to be like, okay, we'll set you up inside of the city and you'll get on a waiting list. Like, okay, I'll be completely honest. My mind was the bossing say you guys. Like, you were going to have a 3-month wait to talk to the king. And I had this whole thing planned. I built the whole city in the 1 month we haven't talked. And no,
I'm so
y'all went to jail.
No, we just went straight. There's
See-
war in Bossing Say.
look,
You were gonna Judy us.
I
only-
wasn't sure if by dropping Orion's name, if I was gonna throw everything for a loop.
There's plenty of Orions.
That was kind of my thought too. Is like,
is
just because I use Orion's name doesn't mean it's him.
there only one Thamior?
Yeah.
If you guys stuck around and watched this entirety of chaos,
First of all,
I am-
what's wrong with you? But secondly, thank you so much.
You are the kind of sick and twisted that we enjoy.
it's Nate, and he is.
Yeah.
Wow, thank you.
Which is
Nate,
funny
for
because
sticking with
I
us the
see
entire
him saying
time.
like bickering children. Yeah, y'all should watch our Tuesday night DMs, and I'm gonna use that thing right back at him. Twat.
Well, on that note, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, the like button. Thank you guys so much for hanging out to another ridiculous 66, whatever the fuck this was.
Whatever this thing is we're doing.
It's D&D.
We play Dungeons and Dragons!
Dungeons and Disasters.
And I fucking regret it right now. Everyone have a great night.